Baseball coming up from the nation's capital. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. The Braves have won 4 of 5 games versus the Nationals this season. The team is 5 games under 500 versus all other teams, but all 5 games have come in D.C. Beautiful day for baseball in Washington, and it's been so much fun to watch this guy hit. Ronald Acuna, for the first time in his career, winning Player of the Month for the Atlanta Braves. Actually, the second consecutive Brave to win, because Freddie Freeman won September of last year. He's been absolutely scorching for this offense, leading in virtually every single offensive category. He'll be facing Johnny Lester. That's right, 1 year, $5 million contract with the Nationals. He's being opposed by another veteran lefty who signed a 1-year deal. Also looking for his first win with his new team. That will be Drew Smyly, who signed a 1-year, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Braves. And with that, a formal welcome in here inside Studio 42 alongside Mike Lowell and Adnan Burke. How about this meeting of the minds, right? Meeting of the minds at the plate?
Absolutely.
Before we get into the actual baseball action, Mike, how about a say hey to the say hey kid? Willie Mays, 90 years of age. Amazing. He's the oldest living baseball player in the Hall of Fame. And we're almost up to May 25th. Is going to be 70 years since his debut. What do you think of when I say to you as a former player, Willie Mays?
Well, easily one of the all-time greats. You know, I think when you look at his numbers, the numbers speak for themselves, but what stands out to me, 24-time All-Star. I mean, that's 24 seasons just to play that, which is truly amazing. But, you know, MLB Network did a feature on him, which I believe we can see on our YouTube page. Yes. And it was pretty cool to see that he not only was a baseball player, he was an entertainer. Like, he was aware of that. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the basket catches and the flair and the dynamic of being able to steal bases and take the extra base. I think there was such an extra intangible that Willie Mays brought to the table that I think when you say, hey, I went to go see a baseball game, and this guy caught my eye, and it was something that, you know, for that generation, I wasn't born at the time. Sure. They never forget. You know, I hear the stories that my dad said, well, when I would see Willie Mays, he was by far the best player on the field. So I think that's something that really stands out.
Yeah, I love those old videos. I mean, that catch off the bat of Vic Wertz in the 54 World Series, it'll never get old. And like you said, the flamboyance of it, along with the natural talent. It's amazing to see. Happy birthday to Willie Mays. All right, we're going to talk about the Braves and the Nationals. Before we dive into Acuna, let's check out the highlights from last night.
So now they walk Freddie Freeman and go righty-righty with Ozuna.
Bases loaded, 2 down.
And he swings the first one and launches it to right field. Harrison back, turns, it is gone! A grand slam for Ozuna on the first pitch.
Brings up William Contreras, who sparked the big rally in the 3rd inning.
As Contreras, 3-0 count, got the green light, and he lifts one to center field. Contreras to the deepest part of the ballpark.
First career home run for William Contreras.
That's right, Contreras, the brother of Wilson Contreras, the Chicago Cubs, because Travis d'Arnaud is out right now for the Braves. So these are the NL East standings. Some people thought it might be the best division in baseball. Instead, you've got 4 of the 5 teams under 500, but it's tight. The Marlins are just 2 games out. They're in last. The Phillies currently in first, and the Braves and Nationals, the teams you're seeing today, just 1.5 games back. I mentioned Ronald Acuna off the top. Mike, guy's having a sensational season. We've always known he's been a great player, but what are you seeing specifically from him this year?
Well, it seems like he's just putting everything together. We're going to take a look at what he does exceptionally well, and it's not just one thing. I mean, this guy has a combination of power and speed, and as we take a look here, I hope we're going to see the numbers are staggering. You know, he leads the league in runs, home runs, slugging, OPS, and by the way, he's 23 years old. You know, he's a baby. So you see here, we knew the power. As a prospect, the power was one of the things that really jumped out. Oh, this young kid has tons of power. But what's special to me is that's a ball that's up and away. To be able to get on top of that and still hit it hard enough to left field is pretty impressive. Here, this is a changeup below the strike zone, kind of outer third. To have the discipline to stay on it and to take it out to right field, you know, not many guys have that ability. And then he brings a little flair. You know, he's exciting. He can run the bases. This is a very underrated, I guess, quality that he has. I think he caught a little bit of flack because, you know, the hustle in the playoffs a couple years ago, maybe his reputation was stained in that sense, but he's putting it all together. He's a guy, his extra base rate is extremely high, which means he can go from first to third, score on balls like this. Jason Hayward, this is one of the best outfield arms in the big leagues. They cut the ball. He made this look easy. So that ability to stretch doubles into triples, score on base hits from second base, and by the way, he brings a pretty good glove to right field. You see the glove work, the angles, and he's got an absolute cannon of an arm, as Bryce Harper is going to find out right here. He's like, oh, no, I had a double for sure. He's just a total package, and it's one of these guys, you know, we get spoiled by seeing the Trouts and the Harpers and, you know, the Acuna Juniors, now Juan Soto, those guys that 21, 22, 20, and they're just taking the league by storm. I mean, what I like most about this guy, in 2019, 41 home runs, 37 stolen bases, and 883 on OPS. The following year, I know 2020 was a shortened season, it's 100 points higher in OPS. So what does that tell me? It tells me he's walking more, he understands what he should be swinging at, and understands better what he should not be swinging at, and the slugging is going up. Usually that comes later in your career. Well, at 23, you know, I picture myself at 23. I was in Double-A. You know, and this guy's taking the league by storm. So it's just, you know, it's a talent that is well beyond his years, and it seems like the sky's the limit for him. I mean, he can literally, you know, you put Freddie Freeman in that same category. Those two guys can put a team on their back for 7 to 10 days at a time and say, hey, jump on, I'll win you 4 or 5 games. Real special talent.
Yeah, the fact that Freeman was the MVP last year, Acuna could be the MVP this year. Ozuna's finally picked up a little bit after a slow start. You got Ozzie Albies. I mean, that offense is going to score. I mean, I think that's going to be the key right now for them. Whole question, when we're talking about the Braves and the Nationals, quite simply, who's going to win today? Braves or the Nationals? Again, the pitching matchup is Drew Smyly versus John Lester. Smyly, unfortunately, has struggled out of the gate with 19 innings at 8.05 ERA, not the start he wanted with Atlanta. You see John Lester, 5 innings so far, yet to give up a run. So that is the poll question. Who wins today, Atlanta or Washington? When we come back here in our pregame show, once again, building up to the Braves and the Nationals coming up at the top of the hour. A good matchup here in the NL East and a couple of great guests coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Goodness. 112 miles an hour, 463 feet. Carlos Schwarber finally got one. Schwarber out to right center. That ball is to the moon. Has 2 home runs on the season, and both of them have been walk-offs.
And that's why you don't bunt, apparently, right?
Not with this guy.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on, top of the ninth. Scherzer's into the windup. The kick and the 1-2 pitch. He struck him out! And a Curly W's in the books. And for Max Scherzer, the 9th strikeout of the afternoon. It is a complete game victory, the 12th of his career. And the Nationals out of the dugout to congratulate Max Scherzer.
You're watching the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Stream the extended show only on YouTube this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. When you look at the WAR leaders among NL shortstops since the start of 2019, Trey Turner right in the mix, second only to Trevor Story, ahead of Javier Baez and Fernando Tatis Jr., who is so stellar for San Diego. And that's where we begin as we bring in Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals. Trey, every time I watch you, I say this guy's got to be the most underrated star in the game. Do you feel that way about yourself, too?
I don't worry about that stuff. You know, I'm out here trying to, you know, give it my all for the guys in the clubhouse and you know, the fans in the stadium. And, you know, I just enjoy playing the game. I enjoy competing and showing up every day and trying to get those wins. And, you know, I have a lot of fun doing it. So let you guys decide all that stuff. But I just enjoy playing.
Trey, Mike Lowell here. Hey, last year I know it was a shortened season, but it was a monster season for you. You led the league in hits, triples, you hit 335 and OPS just shy of 1,000. You're off to a great start this year. Do you feel like you're coming into your own in every aspect of your game?
Yeah, I think, you know, I always strive to try to get better defensively, offensively, and, you know, base running. So I'm always searching for you know, tweaks and trying to become more consistent. And, you know, I think last year I took a good step forward. I think it started in 2019 and then took another step forward last year. And then hopefully, you know, I can make some more progress this year in all facets. And, you know, I'm having fun with the coaching staff and coming in every day and trying to find those tweaks, like I said, and, you know, hopefully make some more progress.
Our colleague Tom Verducci did a great piece on you last year, Trey, and in it, your mom was quoted talking about the importance of being a batting champion. I thought it was a great quote to listen. Today, who cares about the OPS champion? A batting champion's pretty cool. Tell me about Mom and her love and support of you going after batting titles.
Yeah, my mom's a hard one on me. My dad's actually pretty easy. My mom will, if I go 3 for 4, she'll ask me why I struck out. So, she's always on me. That's how it's been since day one and early on in my baseball career. And she kind of has instilled the competitiveness in me. Anytime I can win something, I think she's happy, whether it's, stolen bases, batting title, or most hits, whatever it is. She wants to see me at the top. She's, a huge fan, obviously. So, whatever it is that year, last year was, the average and the hits and whatnot. So she wants to see me win that stuff, and she's got, I got her full support, which is nice.
Trey, 7 home runs, 7 stolen bases. That's on pace for 40-40. Are there certain numbers you set out to accomplish, to attain during the season before it starts?
No, I don't like to do that because, what's a good year? You got to beat what you did last year, or I don't know. I don't know what good numbers are per se. I just try to not give anything away. I think, a long season, if every day you can go 4 or 5 at bats and not give anything away. I think the numbers are going to be there at the end of the year. Whatever they are, they are. For me, it's just competing. And last night, for example, wasn't so good in the first few at bats, but I tried competing and snuck a homer in there. So that's kind of what I want to do each and every day. Just not give stuff away and just try to compete.
Trey, one of the coolest stories for the Nationals so far this year is your teammate Max Scherzer not only pitches a complete game, then goes to the hospital and his wife gives birth to one of his children. Now, I know he wasn't in labor, but still, pretty impressive. The guy pitches a complete game and then is there for the birth.
Those two are amazing. Him and his wife are amazing. I mean, she had to go through the whole day and prep for a child, and he didn't show up until an hour or 2 before the kid was born. So, I tip my cap to her. She probably had a rough day, and I'm happy that everybody's healthy and the baby was born. But he went out there and of course threw 9 innings. When hopefully get 6 shutout innings and get out of the ballpark and go have your kid. But no, he had to go all 9, and we got the win. So it was a good day for the Scherzer family.
Trey, Lindor signs a huge deal. Tatis does as well. There's 4 big-time shortstops that are going to be free agents: Correa, Seager, Story, even Javi Baez. You're a free agent not next year, but the year after that. Is it hard not to see the contracts, and your numbers are right there with these guys? Is it hard to tune that out and see what's possibly on the horizon for you?
No, I mean, I don't want to tune it out because I want to see that the game's in a healthy place. I've said it, time and time again. If, players are getting a lot of money, that means fans are showing up, people are watching the game, the game's in a good place financially. So I want everybody to get as much money as possible and those guys to be happy. But for me, I always think that if, you focus on what's in front of you, that stuff will take care of itself. So, you got to play the game and you got to enjoy playing the game. And, wherever those dollars end up, they end up. But for me, I just focus on trying to compete and trying to win and have a good season.
A lot of dollars will be coming your way and your teammate Juan Soto, who's just incredible to watch. What impresses us the most, I think, is just his ability to be such a good hitter at such a young age, Trey, and so patient. Like, he doesn't swing at bad pitches. What impresses you the most about Soto?
Yeah, it's that it's the plate discipline, but it's the competitiveness, it's the mind, it's the work ethic, it's many things. I think another thing that stands out for me is the oppo power. When you can drive the ball to all fields, you're going to be dangerous, and he hits every pitch in every zone. So, it's going to be a bright career for him and a special career for him. He's got to keep going and keep doing what he's doing, and he's on the right path, and he's special, and he's really, really good.
Well, Trey, Juan Soto's on the mend. We should see him hopefully in a full DH role when you guys take on the Yankees. You got Strauss hopefully coming back soon. You guys are 12-14. I'm sure no one's really happy with that, but everyone's kind of beating up each other in the division. You're just a game and a half out. Are you guys a little bit lucky that no one has kind of pulled away in this NL East?
Yeah, I would say a little bit. I mean, I think we've could have pulled away for the most part. I know we've been banged up, but we've had chances to win a lot of ball games, and I think it's all about perspective. I think we're in a good spot right now. In the last few years, we started 19-31, so I mean, I think we're off to a little bit better start than that as of right now. So it's about perspective. It's about competing every day, and the guys in the clubhouse, we're in a good spot mentally and physically, or we're getting there physically, I guess I should say. So when we get those guys back, it's going to be time to make a push and try to get out to a lead. It's not easy though. These teams are good. Everybody's competing. I know we've I guess everybody's kind of struggled, but it's anybody's division, and why not us? So hopefully in these next few weeks we can start playing a little bit better and get out to a lead.
I know you say don't set goals for yourself, Trey. With a name like Trey Turner, I always hope that you lead the league in triples. Okay, it just makes sense in my world, and it's always fun to see. With your talent, it's always a possibility. Thanks for the time today. Have a continued great rest of the season.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Time now for a Creator Spotlight, and I love these guys already. Benny No, a gigantic Dodgers fan who loves playing video games with his wild and crazy son. They vlog about their life around baseball, and that favorite MLB moment, finding out Benny was going to be a dad while attending opening day. April Fools? What? We're going to get into that story in just a second. Let's bring in Benny No right now and his fantastic son, Lumpy. That's right, I said Lumpy. When I looked it up, I said, oh, it must be Lefty. No, it is Lumpy. So let's start there, Benny. How did your great, wonderful son get the name Lumpy?
Well, he literally got the name like 30 seconds after he was born. So what happened was his head was super bumpy. So the first name that came to my mind was, hey, I'm going to call him Lumpy. And just like that, it's been his name ever since. We call him Lumpy.
And Lumpy, what's your reaction when you tell your friends, hey, how you doing? My name's Lumpy. How are you?
I don't usually do that. They just call me on regular Benny, but I just don't want to know them, but sometimes they know it.
Well, as long as they know something about you, that's good news. I know obviously you guys are gigantic Dodgers fans. You love playing MLB The Show. Now, you both can't play as the Dodgers, right? So which team do you guys play as, Dad?
So we both like playing with our created teams. With those teams, you can play with old players, new players, and actually create your own players. So he's Team Lumpster's Monsters. I'm Team Rally Fries because I love French fries. So we usually play with those two teams. It's a lot of fun, like I said, and yeah, you get to play with any player you can find, and the creative player is what really makes it cool. Like the creative player for him is an 18-year-old version of himself. He's got a exaggeratingly long beard. The player for me has a huge stomach. The belt protrudes out, and it's just like, like a stomach filled with fries. Exactly.
Well, listen, anytime you're replicating the real game as much as possible, putting yourself in the game, I'm in favor of that. But make yourself a little slimmer, Benny. It's okay. It's just a game, not a big deal. You guys obviously both love the Dodgers. Lumpy, who's your favorite Dodger?
Mookie Betts.
Oh, yeah. And what do you love about Mookie Betts?
When the World Series happened, he made a cool diving catch, and he did the king bomb.
Benny, how about for you, favorite current Dodger?
No doubt, Clayton Kershaw. To me, he's the best pitcher I've had the pleasure to watch in person. From his amazing opening day in 2013 to his no-hitter.
That's when I was born.
I actually got to meet him and have him sign my no-hitter ticket stub, which was awesome. And then, of course, watching him run on the field to celebrate with his teammates when they won the 2020 World Series.
I was born in 2013.
He was born in 2013.
That's what happened.
Well, that's it. We're going to get to that 2013 story in a second, Lumpy. Don't worry. But I agree with Benny. When the Dodgers actually won and that camera showed him running out, that was my favorite moment. Also, when Dave Roberts was telling Clayton, as Fox was going to break, he said, I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. It was such a great, great moment if you love baseball. Lumpy, what was your favorite moment of the Dodgers playoff run last year? Aside from the final out, when Arias gets the final out, what was your favorite moment watching with your dad?
My favorite moment when Arias went down, and he was so excited. And actually, my dad was there, and his friend was there.
Yeah, we were there, and my favorite moment was when they pulled Blake Snell out of the game. I can't lie. That was the whole air just sucked out of the building. It was amazing. I was there, and I remember looking at my friend Bobby, who was also there, and we both were like, you know what? we're going to win this game. Yeah, my friend T-Mobile was there too. It was epic, but yeah, when they pulled Blake Snell, I was like, we're going to win.
Sorry, did you say your friend T-Mobile?
He didn't need to go there.
Yeah, we have a friend plays softball with me and my friend Dodger Films, and we call him T-Mobile because that's where he works. So.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Yeah. And yes, Blake Snell getting pulled, a forgettable moment for the Rays, unforgettable for the Dodgers. Betty, how about your all-time favorite Dodgers moment? And you can't say, I know this predates you, but 81, because being Canadian, I have a lot of Expos fans. Blue Monday, Rick Monday, the home run off Steve Rogers, so don't mention that. Favorite all-time Dodgers moment?
Okay. Well, until recently, it was the Kirk Gibson home run, because I got to see that as a kid on TV. But definitely being there in person to watch them win in 2020 takes the cake for sure. I mean, I can't imagine topping that unless they win it this year at Dodger Stadium. We were there for the final out. Yeah, this was our reaction. I mean, you could see it all on my face right here. I mean, it was just joyous. I mean, so many emotions. They've disappointed for so long, and then to see them pull through and win was just phenomenal, and I can't imagine topping that moment, to be honest.
And it's awesome because it's always about fathers and sons. Lumpy, do you appreciate how cool this is? You get to see a Dodgers World Series champion, and you get to celebrate with your dad. Do you appreciate how great that is?
Oh, yeah.
Simple, yeah, baby.
It's amazing now as we see this file out once again. So
but the worst part that I hated that he didn't get me to go there. He didn't have much ticket.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have an extra ticket for the Lumpster, but don't be too mad.
We saw him on TV.
He was at Game 1 of the 2017 World Series, so he's been to World Series games before. Just hasn't been there to see them win it.
And listen, Lumpy, beggars can't be choosers here, okay? As long as you get to go to a World Series game, don't worry. You don't have to be at the actual clincher. Last one for you, because you mentioned it off the top, Benny. Tell me the story when you found out you were going to have Lumpy. April Fools at a Dodgers game? What?
Yeah, April 1st, 2013. My dad and I, it was our first opening day. We go, Clayton Kershaw has a phenomenal day, pitched a shutout, hit a home run to center field. And then, they won the game. So on top of that, when we're walking back to the car, my wife calls me and she's like, you're going to be a dad. And I'm like, well, it's April Fool's Day, so do I really, is it for reals? And she's like, no, you're going to be a dad. And it was just like, it already made an amazing day that much more amazing. And what was really cool was a couple days later, I did manage to get a commemorative baseball that had the opening day logo on it. And that is a baseball that I hold near and dear to my heart. And it's I still have it, of course. And yeah, it was just a phenomenal day. And the way everything played out, I mean, April Fool's, of course, it was just, you don't forget something like that,
No question about it. Fathers and sons in baseball, there's nothing sweeter than that. And we appreciate you guys loving the LA Dodgers. I just love the name Lumpy. It makes you think of Stump Merrill, who got that name because you're standing next to a couple of tall guys. They go, who's that? Who's the Stumpy guy? But instead, this is Lumpy because it's the way you came out of birth. I love it. Great stuff, guys. All the best. Yep. And say hi to T-Mobile. Next time, we'll get Mason T-Bar out there with you. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, bye.
Great stuff there from Benny No and Lumpy. Ronald Acuna Jr. has been sensational so far with the Atlanta Braves. Listen, he's the MVP of the National League. Anytime he's on TV, that's must-see TV. It's coming up on YouTube. Braves and Nationals, your MLB Game of the Week.
Now let's see Ronald Gap one so we can see the big fella run.
No, just sit in the seats. High fly ball center field. That ball is belted. That ball is way out of here.
That ball was absolutely hammered. I'm glad you called it. Just put it in the seat.
Yeah, I mean, all it took was the pitcher to get the runner started. High fly ball off speed. He crushed that baby. Marcell Ozuna has put the Braves in front. Yeah, take a selfie, Marcell, and the Grand Tour.
Well, right on cue, Chip. You talked about the struggles with the breaking ball. You talked about the extra work they've been putting in, and it pays off. I want to let that go as long as it can, but like we talked about.
Fly ball, belted. He's back. Long home run. How far up the bleachers is that going? So his first hit since April 17th. 481 feet for Acuna.
That was worth being interrupted. That ball was hammered.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Stream the extended show only on YouTube this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Alongside Michael Lowell and Adnan Burke, it's time for Picks to Click, presented by FanDuel Sports. We got some good ones here for this game coming up. The Braves and Nationals. First and foremost, Mike, total runs scored, putting the number out there at 9. What do you think, over or under?
Oh, I'm going under. I think, John Lester's coming off a good start. I think he's going to do all right. And Drew Smyly's got to, come back to the average. He's got to keep the ball in the park. Home runs have really hurt him. So I'm going to go under. I'm thinking 7-8-ish.
Yeah, Smyly definitely struggled so far this season. You got a John Lester story for me, all your years in baseball?
Well, one thing with Johnny Lester is when you see him, he's a much bigger human being than you think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's big, tree trunk legs, fearless. It was such a great story in 07 when, he came over his cancer scare and was able to be so important for us, to have that guy start Game 4 of the World Series, it was something truly special. Also, he threw a no-hitter. Yeah. So, just little milestones. And, I think the pinnacle was he signs a big deal with the Cubs. Mm-hmm. And he lives up to all the big hype, the expectations. They win the World Series. Yeah. So, one of my favorite teammates, just, a down-to-earth, humble guy. And I think he's a valuable asset to the Nationals, especially with Strasburg down a little bit. Hopefully he comes back soon. They're gonna need Johnny Lester.
Yeah, Lester's numbers were not as great last year, but he pitches. He's out there. He'll eat up innings, and he'll definitely battle and compete on that one-year deal. All right, up here right now on an NL East team, Philadelphia Phillies are taking the Milwaukee Brewers. Alec Boehm, bad to the Boehm here for the Phillies. This offense, Mike, they can score runs. Not many today. They pitch great, though. 2-0. How about Wheeler? Complete game, 8 Ks.
Nice. I'll tell you what, the Phillies have kind of been turning on the juice lately, and Alec Boehm, that's a big sign. He got off to a little bit of a slow start. Monster popping that bat. Good to see him going the other way.
And great pitching as Woodruff, one of the Brewers' best stars. 11 strikeouts in 6 2/3. The Phillies do end up winning the game. This brings us to the topic of the favorite for the NL East. As I said off the top, you could have made a case this might be the best division in baseball. Instead, it's a lot of mediocrity right now. Who do you think ends up separating themselves from the pack?
Wow, it's tough. I tell you, any team right now, I think they've all underperformed.
Yes.
And still, the Marlins in last place are 2 games out. So anyone's in a good spot. I do still like the Braves. Max Fried looked good. He came back yesterday. Mike Soroka, hopefully he's coming back later in the year. Mm-hmm. I think the offense is, they have obviously what I think is the MVP so far in Acuna Jr., Freddie Freeman. It's just a nice mix. I believe they're actually going to really start to turn it on and be able to hopefully separate themselves.
I did like the Atlanta Braves at the start of the season. Concerned about their pitching. They do have those horses. Mets, by the way, right now the favorite according to the odds. So if that offense picks it up, we'll see. Next question here for you. Have an underdog pick for MVP. You mentioned Acuna right now. Listen, the guy's the runaway favorite. But is there a player you think, you know what, under the radar, this guy's got a good chance?
Well, I don't know if my pick is actually under the radar, but as an MVP pick, he's under the radar because he's a pitcher. I'm going with Jacob deGrom. I mean, I look at it, it's 5 starts, Adnan, 0.5 ERA. I mean, he's averaging 15 strikeouts per 9 and a walk and 4 hits. I mean, he's averaging 5 guys getting on base, let alone giving up runs. So if for some reason he can keep this up for 6 months, I just think the numbers are going to be so staggering that he's got to get some MVP votes.
Are you a fan of that, by the way, when a pitcher gets an MVP?
If it's a year, I favor it if it's a year where a position player, no one really stood out. And a pitcher just absolutely dominated the league. I'm okay with it. I'm not a huge fan if there are good positions. Like if Acuna Jr. hits 55 and, I think guys like that deserve it because there is an award for pitchers.
Exactly. They got their award. But you're right. If DeGrom's going to be ridiculous, he DeGrominates, watch out. I'll go Mookie Betts at plus 1,300 because he's been great for the Dodgers, and obviously LA's going to be in the mix. Poll results, by the way, for our question, which was off the top, real simple. Who's going to win today's game? Atlanta Braves at 70%. The Nationals right now at 30%. Well, according to the numbers, it really has been the Braves who have had Washington's number. They've won 4 of 5 games against the Nats this season. The team is 5 games under 500 versus all their teams. And all 5 games have come in D.C. So that game is coming up momentarily here. Some news and notes to pass along. Albert Pujols could be the end of an incredible career. Designated for assignment by the Angels, Carlos Carrasco moved to the 60-day IL, eligible to turn May 31st. And as Mike and I discussed off the top, happy birthday to Willie Mays. Say hey, celebrating his 90th birthday, the oldest living Hall of Famer. A final thought here on Albert Pujols. Could be the last we see of the great Albert Pujols.
I tell you, his first 10 years are really mind-blowing. It's a 330 average. I think he averaged 41 home runs and 123 runs batted in with an OPS over 1,000. He was 21, and I was like, how is this guy dominating the league? So kudos to him. It's an incredible career. If it's the end, it's a sure first ballot Hall of Famer. If it's not, there's a team that's picking up a pretty good veteran.
I know. Hopefully it's not the last we've seen him, but you're right. The greatest right-handed hitter of his era. And those first 10 years, these two, we say DiMaggio's first 7 years, best ever for a Hall of Famer. Albert's first 10 in St. Louis. There's a reason why they used to call him the Machine. For Mike Lowell, I'm Adnan Burke. Thanks so much for checking us out. The Braves and the Nationals come right now on YouTube. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play! Are you kidding me?
Late afternoon hardball in D.C. It'll be a monumental accomplishment to take this division, and the two clubs that have owned the NL East over the past decade go at it on a global stage today. It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. The Atlanta Braves have one more to go in this series with the Washington Nationals at Nationals Park. Let's go. Hello, everyone. To the global audience watching and listening worldwide on YouTube, we're thrilled to be here. Scott Braun, along with, I'll say it, the perfect person to call this game. Mark DeRosa has played for, yes, the Washington Nationals and the Atlanta Braves. You know these two franchises very well, D-Ro.
And both classy organizations, obviously born and raised with the Atlanta Braves, and towards the twilight of my career, got a chance to kind of catch lightning in a bottle with the Nationals in 2012 when a lot of these young players, the Steven Strasburgs of the world and the Trey Turners, were bursting on the scene.
AKA Braves fans like them, Nats fans like them. You know who else we like? Two of the most viewed players on YouTube, Trey Turner and Ronald Acuna Jr., are also two of the most dynamic players in Major League Baseball. Let's start off with Trey Turner. He's been on fire lately, and he's a guy, we know he can run, but he can slug too.
Scotty B, that's the big thing. I mean, when you look at this guy, Trey Turner, he's taken it next level. Juan Soto's been out, and since 2019, I felt like he was damaged goods in the postseason for the Nats. What has he done in the pandemic season of 2020? He went completely off, and he has picked up right where 2020 left off with the pop. You take a look right here. Last 15 games, 356 batting average, but he's going deep, and he's going deep with 2 strikes on him. Just continues to get better, and you see here, Scotty B take it since the start of the 2020 season.
Yeah, he's a stud, and his manager, Dave Martinez, also says his defense keeps improving. You want defense? You want slug? You want a little speed on the bases? Ronald Acuna Jr. is your guy, the leadoff man extraordinaire for the Braves.
I can argue you take Mike Trout out of it. This is the most exciting player in the entire sport, and probably a guy that you might want to start your franchise with. You look, first 4 Major League seasons, I don't know, he's averaging 43 bombs and 31 steaks per 162 games. And talking to Brian Snicker, who's been in the Braves organization for north of 45 years, he's had everyone from Andrew to Chipper Jones, you name it, Jeff Francoeur, Brian McCann coming through there. The list goes on, and he says nobody is more talented than Ronald Acuna Jr. that's ever put on an Atlanta Braves uniform. You look at the 2021 season breakdown, obviously got off to just an epic start, 419 with 7 bombs. Since he's come back from that kind of intercostal strain early, he struggled much like more of the same with the entire Atlanta Braves lineup.
And we saw another stolen bag from him yesterday. That's a great sign. He leads off for Atlanta when we swing back with lineups and first pitch from the capital of USA. It's free on YouTube. Tell your friends.
Swing and a high fly ball belted. First home run for Acuna as a tape measure shot in Cincinnati. Get used to that, Major League Baseball. Swing and a drive. First pitch. No. He has done it again. Homers in 5 consecutive games. Swinging a high fly ball deep to left field. A grand slam for Acuna. Bouncing ball. Fair ball. It's a walk-off. Acuna hit in the air to deep right field. At the wall. We're tied up at 3. You want to talk about one of those let the kids play moments? We just saw one. That ball's got a chance. Acuna can try, and he got it. He lays out and makes the diving catch. That ball is way out of Acuna's going to tag. He's coming home. He's going to make it. A sac fly to second. Fly ball, belted. Long home run. He is hotter than the Georgia asphalt.
Almost game time, and your starting 9 for the visiting Atlanta Braves is presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. And our first great comment in the chat section, Daddy Dimu TV. We've seen 2 grand slams this series. What about a third? This one from Acuna. He's leading the way. He's also leading baseball, tied for the most homers with 10. Switch hitting Albies, his best friend, hitting second. Ozuna with a grand slam in yesterday's game. And let's start with Ronald Acuna Jr. We are underway on YouTube on a global audience. Scott Braun and Mark DeRosa with you. Atlanta Braves, Washington Nationals finishing up a 3-game set. And here's the guy that can do it all. In on the hands. That's exactly the kind of pitch that John Lester wants to cue up all day long. Harrison makes the catch for out number 1. You know this guy.
Yeah, I think I've met him a time or two.
37 years old, coming off his first start of the season. Had a little bit of a delay for a variety of issues, but including the COVID injured list.
Yes.
He looked good in start number 1, 70 pitches, 5 innings for the Nationals. And they said, he can go as long as he wants to go. He's John Lester. He's done this for a long time, and he's very durable as he misses upstairs to Ozzie Albies.
Scotty B, this is a guy, I mean, no one's more prepared. He knows he's getting to the twilight of his career. He knows he's got to do things a little bit differently to get ready for a season. I think 2020 was a wash for a lot of these veteran ball players, and an opportunity to pitch in a rotation with Max Scherzer and Steven Strasburg and Corbin. I don't think he could pass up the opportunity to potentially get back to the postseason.
Albies swings and misses on a pitch up, but Dave Martinez said it time and time again as we check out the spray chart for Albies. Last 100 batted balls. Loves going to the left side there. He's a switch hitter too, keep in mind. But Dave Martinez said the key for John, keep the ball down. Well, it's up. And Albies with a lazy fly ball to center. And that's put away by Robles. So for a little more on John Lester, your pitching breakdown is presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. What do we have?
Yeah, let's look at it. Those first 2 ABs, jam sandwiches for both Albies and Acuna. Talk about move the plate. That's exactly what he wants you. He wants to drive that cutter in and get you thinking that 6 inches off the inner half to most right-handers is a strike. Okay, drive downhill. We talked to Dave Martinez in the pregame. He talked about in today's day and age of wanting to drive the ball north and south, John's got to work down in the zone with his changeup, cutter, 4-seam combination. And then silent motivation. I've known Mr. Lester a long time. The $11 million they handed to Drew Smyly, I think John would have liked an opportunity to go to Atlanta. The $6 million they handed to Jake Arrieta back in Chicago, I think John would have liked the opportunity to a chance at that. So he's pitching for the Nats. I know he's happy and healthy, but there's some silent motivation here.
A little chip on the shoulder of the veteran southpaw who gets through the top 3 in the order for Atlanta. Bottom of the first, we'll introduce you to the Nats lineup coming up.
Ronald Acuna in, who singled firmly to left field back in the first. This one struck well to center field. Robles back, and a nice lunging catch. Dives onto the warning track, corrals it.
What a play. That ball is absolutely roasted. Another hard hit ball for Ronald Acuna Jr. standing O from the crowd here at Nats Park.
Who else? It's Ronald Acuna Jr. And a fly ball hit toward that scoreboard in right center. Did he get enough of it? Yes, he did. Ronald Acuna Jr. breaks a scoreless tie with a 2-out solo homer. He's in double digits. 10th homer of the year, and the Braves strike first. It's 1-0. So Atlanta has him loaded with 2 outs. Huascar Ynoa's coming up. And a high fly ball center. That ball is going to go. It's a grand slam for Ynoa.
was a no-doubter.
He knew it, too. Look at the smile on Inoa's face.
This feels good seeing him in the batter's box, doesn't it? I don't care what the score is.
Missed the last 8 games with that left shoulder strain.
Well, welcome back, Juan Soto.
Nationals half of the first coming up on YouTube. Easy to find us, youtube.com/MLB. It's free for everyone watching worldwide. Join the nearly 3 million other fans in subscribing to the MLB YouTube channel. You can click that bell icon to receive notifications prior to upcoming games. If you're a YouTube TV customer, you get even more hooked up. I'm on board. And now, your Nationals starting lineup, which is presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Trey Turner, the shortstop, crushing lefties so far this season. Yadiel Hernandez still in there for Juan Soto, who is available off the bench. Josh Harrison, Starlin Castro, and Josh Bell at the top of the order for the Nationals. And a strike delivered by Drew Smyly on the mound, making his 5th start of the season. Gave up 3 home runs, 5 runs in 5 innings against the Toronto Blue Jays in a little ballpark in Dunedin, Florida last time out.
Scotty, I want you to take a look at Trey Turner. He does some things that I've seen veteran ball players do. With 0 and 1 strikes, you'll see him give you this modified leg kick right here. And then with 2 strikes, you see 0-2. He sets his front foot down, takes all the movement out of his swing, and just kind of plays pepper. The only difference with the Trey Turner this year, he's playing pepper and going deep.
He's had that pop. It's been unleashed even more so this year. You're right, 7 home runs already this season. 414 average in his last 7 games. Last 10 games, 414. Best in the National League during that time period. And number 2 is on the other side. Austin Riley playing first base today. Freddie Freeman getting the day off, although available off the bench as well. We could have Freeman and or Soto off the bench later. Stay tuned. And Turner swings through. Good start for Smyly.
It's tough as a manager. You give both of those guys, your superstars, those days off, and you see right here just a nice feel for a breaking ball. He's been throwing that pitch a ton this year in the early going, Drew Smyly. At no point, unless he's got a chance to truly win the baseball game, does Brian Snitker want to look down at Freddie and tell him to get it going. He wants to give him the full mental day off to relax.
Smiley's been hit hard so far this season. ERA north of 5. And misses on the first pitch to Hernandez. Yeah, but you know he'll be tempted if it's close. Yesterday was really close late in the game.
Yes.
And I know Dave Martinez thought about Juan Soto in place of Victor Robles in a huge spot in the 8th inning, but couldn't pull the trigger. Soto pinch hit in the next inning.
Yeah, you can't. And I totally understood that move. You're not pinch hitting for a starter of Victor Robles's ilk in that situation. That could do more damage to Victor mentally than get the boys going if Juan comes up with a big knock.
They also didn't have any outfielders available after that. It would have been Josh Bell in the outfield for the Nationals.
Which I'm sure he could do.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look and break down Mr. Drew Smyly. I've had a chance to be in a box against this left-hander as well, even though it was 8 years ago. Late life, you're going to see him blow 4-seam fastballs by some guys, and you're going to wonder why. His ball presents itself at about 92 to 93 coming out of his hand, but it has got some nice run through the zone. Elevate, as we talked about Mr. Lester working down in his zone, you're going to see a high heater, and then you're going to see him tunnel the breaking ball off of that. And swing mode, the reason I write that is when you're facing Drew Smyly, if he's around the dish, everything kind of morphs into one pitch, and he gets you thinking that everything's a strike, and you start pulling the trigger, and you get situations right there where Yadiel Hernandez doesn't know if he should pull the trigger or take it. Next thing you know, he's walking back to the dugout.
2 quick strikeouts for Smyly. That scouting report presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. And Drew was a revelation last year. I mean, strikeout stuff in limited work, as that one's fouled off by Josh Harrison. That's why they signed him for big bucks.
Yeah, the metrics were in love with Mr. Smyly last year. Again, all I can take you through is my personal experience in the box with this guy. I loved facing left-handed pitching. That was kind of what I made my hay on. And I get in a box against Mr. Smiley, and I'm like, woo, that heater's moving a little quicker than I gave it credit for.
Adrianza has to eat that one. Slipped up a little bit over at the hot corner. And Josh Harrison is aboard, a 2-out base runner for the Nationals.
Hey, when it's going your way, Josh Harrison's gotten off to a hot start. You start getting those infield knocks. Took a little hop on Mr. Adrianza right there. Is not able to put his hand in the glove and complete the play.
Harrison has reached base safely in 17 of 20 games this season. Adrianza can play all over the field. Today at third, so that Riley can play first in place of Freddie Free. Cleanup hitter today, Starlin Castro. And look at him doing damage against left-handed pitching this season. A few of the Nats with a big start against southpaws. Ryan Zimmerman, of course, off the bench, can hit lefties well.
Not shocked by that, Scotty. You see a lot of these veteran hitters, the Starlin Castros, the Ryan Zimmermans of the world, the Josh Harrisons. These are guys that are going to wear out that right center gap against left-handed pitching. Give them a chance line to line to be successful.
Yesterday, this lineup had trouble against left-handed pitcher Max Fried for Atlanta. That one just missed for Smiley. A ball and a strike. Fried looked like he was back.
A lot. If he's got that curveball working, a lot of people are going to have trouble against him.
Braves fans were hyped to see the Max Fried that looked more like the 2020 version, who was fantastic. This is the guy they want to get going. Smiley's 1-1. And it's 2-1. I mean, he struck out 42 batters last year in 26 1/3 innings with San Francisco. The Giants know how to find some starting pitching these days.
They're doing it again this year, too.
Alex Wood.
Mr. DeSclafani out there.
Yep. Here's last year versus this year. Look, 9 home runs allowed, highest home run rate in baseball.
And you see that heater right there, 93. It just plays hotter than that. Starlin, now you're going to see him with 2 strikes shorten his swing down. He will not punch out on a similar fastball in that situation.
Two strikeouts and then an infield single for Harrison.
Here it comes. Here it comes. See if I'm right or not. He's on it.
Yep. Hey, Josh Harrison's on first. He's also mic'd up today, which is awesome.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Come on. You want to say something to the people? Hey, people. They watching on YouTube. Hey, that's for my boy Bogey. 2 hands. I done dropped a couple pop-ups. Bogey got me right.
That's awesome.
I've heard Tim Bogar's name a lot already today. Working with Trey Turner defensively, obviously helping Josh Harrison.
Just like Ron Washington on the Atlanta side. And there's a bag for Starlin Castro. Or make that Harrison, I'm sorry. Castro at the plate. Look at Harrison taking the bag. I wonder what he's saying. Hey, if he says anything good, we'll have it for you throughout the day. Austin Riley also mic'd up for us on YouTube today. I mean, he's always talking, Harrison. He's fun. He can dance. Entertaining ball player. That's ball 4 to Castro. Now scratch that. No mic for Riley. It's all Josh Harrison putting on the show today. He'll provide plenty of commentary for us. And hey, I know you saw last week we had Shane Bieber and Nelson Cruz mic'd up, and you played it the other day on your show on MLB Network. Shane Bieber talking about charcuterie.
Yes.
One of his teammates, I think, pronounced it charcuterie.
Chartreuse.
Charcuterie
It's not a color.
Yeah, get out of here. Switch hitting Josh Bell, one of the 2 big power bats that the Nats picked up in the offseason. Off to a slow start, although Dave Martinez told us before the game we're starting to see some baseballs in the air for both Bell and Schwarber, so they're feeling like it's coming.
He has to hit, bottom line. If the Nationals are going to be successful, the Kyle Schwarbers, the Josh Bells, Patrick Corbins, gotta re-find what the back of their baseball card has always been.
This one's on the ground, and Albies has plenty of time to put him away. So 2 left on for the Nationals, nothing to show for it. Scoreless after 1 in D.C.
So now they walk Freddie Freeman and go righty-righty with Ozuna.
Bases loaded, 2 down.
And he swings the first one and launches it to right field. Harrison back, turns, it is gone! A grand slam for Ozuna on the first pitch.
And brings up William Contreras, who sparked the big rally in the 3rd inning.
As Contreras, 3-0 count, got the green light, and he lifts one to center field. To the deepest part of the ballpark.
First career home run for William Contreras.
Here's the pitch to Gomes.
Yan Gomes, left field. And Yan Gomes has his second home run of the homestand. This guy's heating up. 29-year-old right-hander making his 13th appearance.
Strike 3 called, and there it is, an immaculate inning.
An immaculate inning for Kyle Finnegan. 9 pitches, 3 Ks.
3 straight 3-pitch strikeouts. Kyle Finnegan strikes out the side on 9 pitches, and that, folks, is an immaculate inning.
So here's Trey Turner with one aboard. Do some damage in the 8th inning.
Swing a long drive to left field. Going, gone, goodbye. It's a 2-run homer for Trey Turner.
The bases are full for Victor Robles. And the pitch is hit high in the air to left on the first pitch. Braves get out of it. The Nats get 2, but they don't get the lead.
I'm excited to join you all live from Nationals Park. And you know, this game has all the makings to be so exciting. You have Juan Soto available off the bench, and you have Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 young guys in this league that are really exciting and fun to watch. So I'm going to ask you guys back in the studio and everyone watching on YouTube, if you were building a franchise or a team right now, who would you build one around? We have a few options for you. We have Juan Soto, Ronald Acuna Jr., Fernando Tatis Jr., and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Guys, who are you building your team around?
Wow, Savannah really putting the pressure on in the 2nd inning. D-Rose sweating now.
You can't go wrong.
Can you? I mean,
you really
somebody's.
Well,
we're going to look in 10 years
honest
and go, that guy was the choice. Don't you think?
Yes and no. I think you got 3 potential guys destined for Cooperstown if health and listen. Juan Soto's Ted Williams, right? So what do you want? You want the guaranteed offensive player? Do you want a little bit more swag and flash, Ronald Acuna?
And more tools?
I lean towards what I was born and raised to do, and that was, you know, play a premium defensive position up the middle, control the game on both sides of the ball. Fernando Tatis Jr., for me, playing shortstop, even though he struggled defensively, kind of what he brings, the entire skill set, would be where I would lean.
Hernandez,
but I'll gladly
catch in right.
I'll gladly take Juan Soto.
Yeah. Soto would be out there in right. Hernandez replacing him today. Soto's going to hopefully pinch hit for the team later on in this game, and then he'll DH this weekend in the Bronx against the Yankees, and then by next week, maybe we see him back in the field coming off a shoulder issue and kind of rehabbing while he's up on the big league team. He's okay to hit, but not ready to play in right field just yet. So Riley flies out. Now it's Swanson. Poll results later, by the way, of course. We'll pay that off for you, see who wins. Braves and Nats fans, of course, probably dominating the section right now, and also maybe disagreeing with D-Row on his selection.
I'm sure they are.
Tatis.
That's all right. I'll gladly pick 3rd, too.
Yeah.
If
that fantasy
whichever
draft
one falls to me, I'll gladly take them.
A few from our YouTube creators in the live chat right now. Antonelli Baseball said, Acuna for me, but I'll take any of them.
I mean, see, there's a classic case, 87 right there. That's a good take by Dansby Swanson. In a hitter's count, John tried to present that middle in heater and would have got a jam sandwich had Dansby swung at that pitch. Dansby's fighting a battle right now. Do I sit fastball in, or am I looking changeup out over?
Hitters County's got 1 homer against Lester in his career. There's a strike. Working the other end of the plate.
That's what we discussed. Talk about moving the plate. He threw the 3-0 pitch in, off, and got the call. So Dansby thought the plate had moved a little bit in. Just taking that pitch right out of the hand. Probably was a ball outside, but Mr. Lester's been doing it a long time, that little backdoor cutter.
That one missed. Extra few inches off the plate, and Swanson receives the base a pitch later. And Dansby 0 for 8 in his first 2 games in this series. 2 for his last 18, but he's on board with 1 down in the top of the 2nd. That brings us to Adrianza. 1 for his last 11, and you know the story connected to him, why he's playing today. Riley to first. Freddie Freeman receiving a day off, a mental break. He could appear later as a pinch hitter, but the first day off of the season for the reigning NL MVP, the swing just looks a little off for him.
You know, it's funny. Freddie's not a guy I sit here and I try and break down all these swings. I mean, I didn't learn how to be comfortable in the box till I was almost 30 years old. So that's why I grind so hard on it, trying to study it and ask all the veterans and all the current players and the younger guys what they do at the plate. Freddie is not a guy that's really fundamentally based. He's an octopus at the plate. I mean, the reason I say it, I feel like he can cover everything. And he's just trying to hit shortstop over line drive over the shortstop's head, and feels like when you talk to him, he doesn't hunt fastball. He kind of hunts strike zone and feels he can cover it all. I don't know that feeling is what I'm saying.
Not many do. I like the octopus reference. Righty, lefty, any
Does
location,
not matter.
any pitch, runners on, especially with runners in scoring position. He's been one of the best for the past decade. Relievers, starters,
Scotty,
look at the numbers, it's all there.
He won't move. If you lock in on a Braves game start to finish, you'll notice something. Freddie is never not in the dugout. He's not in the video room. He's not a guy that goes and watches his at-bats. He sits in the exact same spot in the dugout for 162. It's pretty impressive. Not many guys do that.
He's their Chipper Jones, leader of the clubhouse. And the last MVP before Freddie was Chipper in 1999.
1999, that's right.
Where were you in 99?
I got called up. I was a part of that. I got called up in June to the Braves. Yeah, Chipper showed up to spring training, and you knew it was on.
He was feeling it.
He was feeling
in March.
He destroyed the Mets consistently. I think the Yankees came in, had a series, an interleague series that he went bonkers in. You take a look at this 2020 MLB ranks. I mean, he's been the best hitter in the National League. Defender, legacy type player. I know Alex Anthopoulos is watching this. I got to believe they're sharpening their pencil at some point and signing him to an extension.
Free agent after the year if it doesn't happen.
And I'll say this, you got a lot of young superstars on the rise. I know the Albies and the Acuñas have already signed, but the young players watch the way these veterans are treated come contract time. And I think it would behoove the Atlanta Braves to do the right thing with Freddie.
Runner on the move, and Swanson is out. Strike him out, throw him out. Swanson wants them to check it. Adrianza down on strikes. Jan Gomes has a cannon behind
What do you got? I got out.
I got out.
Okay.
I mean, are you ever going to say, nah, I'm good, don't check it? Have you ever seen a guy go,
I never had the
"Don't check
steal
it"?
sign, Scotty. I don't know.
Here it is again. Harrison lays on the tag. Big turnarounds for John Lester and the Washington Nationals. Strike him out, throw him out, forget the replay. It happened.
Here it is. Swung on, lifted high and deep to right field. Headed for the chop house. Heads up out there. Gone. Home run. Freddie Freeman. He said, my elbow feels fine. It feels like I got hit with a baseball, but I'm good to go. And he showed you that with a first inning single. Golfed into right center field. Marisnik won't get there. That's down for a base hit. Eno around third's going to get the green light. The Cubs missed the cutoff man, and Acuna's coming home. From the plate. It's not in time.
He serves one out to left field, and that'll drop in for a base hit. Cutting it off is Chris Bryant, third base hit of the night for Freddie Freeman.
Hanger and a high fly ball deep right field. It's a perfect night for Freeman. 7 homers for Freddie. 9-0 Atlanta. Right back where it came from, off the pitcher's back hip. And Guerrero can't make the play. Adrianza's going to come home and score. And everybody's safe for Atlanta to make it 12-3.
Yeah, I can hear
Only
you.
18 RBIs for Freeman. That came back a whole lot faster than it headed to the plate.
No score yet in D.C. and another unique aspect of watching games on YouTube. We just unveiled our first interactive poll of the day. It allows you to offer a multiple choice response to questions posed in the live game commentary. Stay tuned. Results will be revealed and discussed later in the broadcast. We started with who are you starting your team with? We'll get to some results a little bit later on. Also, in the live chat section, our YouTube creators, I'm looking for questions from you right now. Max Scherzer later, but first, Ian Anderson about to join us on YouTube as Drew Smyly gets ready for the bottom of the second inning against Yan Gomes, who just showed off his arm in the previous half. And here we go. Ian Anderson joining us in the dugout. Ian, it's Scott Braun and Mark DeRosa. Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good, guys. How's it going?
Really good, and we'll get some questions in here from the YouTube creators, but I'll start us off because I'd like to know how much pressure is on the pitching staff with the way that Huascar Ynoa is showing up at the plate right now, slugging .923 with a homer and a grand slam in the past week of baseball. How's he looking?
Yeah, that's impressive. You know what he's been able to do so far. I think it's overshadowing what he's been able to do on the mound, and I think that's pretty crazy because he's been pretty damn good on the mound for us. So, yeah, we got a lot of pressure with what he's been doing.
We're showing it. April 28th. This one off Kyle Hendricks. Handles a hanger. Looks like a pro. Oh my goodness, the responses were incredible from the dugout. And then Tuesday in this series off Tanner Rainey, the grand slam to center field. Watching it too. Looks like he belongs. Forget the designated hitter. That one skied by Schwarber. That should be playable for Marcell Ozuna. So 2 quick fly ball outs here in the bottom of the second. He looks like he's a DH these days, Ian.
Yeah, no, he hits the ball hard. I mean, he's got 6 hits. I think they're all over 100, so they're no cheapies.
Ian, I want to ask you, man, you were a savior last year for this rotation, not only in regular season, but in the postseason. Then this year you show up, Soroka's still down, Fried goes down. I feel like you haven't had a chance to, be a rookie. You've had to, carry the burden of this rotation. How have you been able to kind of put that on your shoulders and still be productive?
Yeah, no, it's obviously not having Soroka's been tough, but I think the whole organization's kind of just been that, next man up mentality. Huascar coming in, doing what he's been able to do. And that's kind of the mindset I kind of took on. Don't miss this chance to go out and kind of show that I belong and show that I can stay here. And the team's had some success, so it's been fun.
It must not feel like you're still a rookie. I mean, I covered you in October last year. You flogged some time.
Yeah, no, that definitely helped. I mean, that was such a good experience for everyone. We have such a young team, and for us to go through that, obviously it didn't end how we quite wanted it to. But I mean, we've taken numerous things into this year, and the results might not be there yet, but we're staying the course, and we're excited still about the team we have, and the way we've been playing the last few has kind of showed that.
I'll mix in one here from the live chat because this inning's moving. Drew Smyly filling up the zone now and could be 1 pitch away. Movie Gaming TV, who is the funniest player in the clubhouse?
That's got to be Luke Jackson.
Wow.
One of our relievers. He's hilarious, man. He'll have you belly laughing at least once a game, and He ended up taking the guys on a bike tour through D.C. monuments on the off day. So he's a bit of a character. So I think everyone would probably agree. So it's probably unanimous.
That one is shot to deep left off the bat of Victor Robles. Heading back to the track is Zazuna. That's right, he's there. You have a better view than we do, Ian, and you were awesome. Appreciate the time, man. Keep it up, all right? We'll talk soon.
Yep, thank you, guys.
That's Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. So 1-2-3 frame for Drew Smyly. No score after 2.
And a breaking ball hit in the air to left field deep. This is way back. This may go, and it is gone. Goodbye. Bang! Zoom goes Turner.
Swing a high drive left center field. Does he have another one? Going back Gurriel to the track, to the wall, and that one is long gone. It's Trey Turner 2 and the Blue Jays nothing.
And Trey's on it. Laces that one into left field for a leadoff single here in the first. As Trey smokes one through the hole.
Nice swing. Have a series, Trey Turner.
Bases loaded. Cutter this time. Slow grounder. Trey's going to barehand it. And what a play. Wow. Huge play by Trey Turner. Robles will take off. Turner puts it in play to center field. And this one will drop. There's the 2-1 to Trey. Out to right field. Will back up Biggio. And it's over his head. That ball just kept traveling, and Trey Turner has himself a 4-for-4 day.
Is lined sharply on one hop, a diving stop. Turner on the outfield grass, gets up, throws, and gets him by a step. Another special play for Trey Turner. Takes a hit away from Jesus Aguilar.
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Stream the extended show only on YouTube this Saturday, 8 o'clock Eastern, and it's a stacked lineup hosted by Selena Gomez. Tons of performances from huge names. Eddie Vedder is going to perform. I'll give you a few other ones later because we have our poll results. If you were starting a team today, who would you build around? Looks like Braves fans are watching on YouTube today. And hey, you can't go wrong with any of these options, but Ronald Acuna Jr. taking 57% of the pie as John Lester gets ready to face 7, 8, and 9. First pitch swinging, gobbled up at third by Castro, and his throw is on the mark in time.
Man, absolutely awesome play by Starlin Castro right there. You know, got Mr. Pache's got super wheels getting down to first. He's playing even with the bag with the bunt. Little backhand to the feet, get rid of it.
Throw Josh Bell handles, and there's out number 1.
Man, no hesitation right here. And the one thing that's nice too, you got Mr. Josh Bell over at first base. You don't even have to turn and look to throw. I mean, he's got that catch radius. You can pretty much get it in the vicinity.
Castro was a shortstop for the Cubs and playing some second base for the Nationals, which is where he said he prefers at this point, but handling the hot corner nicely. So after Pache is Jeff Mathis, 38-year-old veteran.
I thought it was interesting today talking to Brian Snicker in the Zoom conference why Mathis was in there. He wanted him to take a crack at getting Drew Smyly going. He's such a veteran presence. Maybe he's going to put the right fingers down. Somebody's got to unlock Drew Smyly for the Atlanta Braves. This can't be a situation where, you know, you have 1 year 11, he struggles. We gave 1 year 18 to Cole Hamels last year, and we never saw him. So you got to figure out a way to piece it together.
Brian Snitker in his 45th season with the Atlanta Braves organization. Joined the team as a non-drafted free agent in 1977, 2018 Manager of the Year. That sounds like a good idea to give Jeb Mathis to Drew Smyly. Mathis with a pristine reputation handling pitchers. That one lofted off the bat of Mathis. A little Bermuda Triangle action. Who has it? It's Hernandez for out number 2. All right. Pick your poison. Ronald Acuna Jr., the 2018 NL Rookie of the Year, is 23. Juan Soto, a little younger, he's 22. He's a batting champ and a World Series champ in 2019. Fernando Tatis Jr., all the rage these days in the NL West. The NL Silver Slugger last year, and look who has burst on the scene in 2021, Vladdy Jr.
The thing about Acuna is the ability to do everything and then also do it at a level of like Giancarlo Stanton exit velocity or distance. He's taking the numbers and making them eye-popping. He's hitting the ball north of 480 feet. He's got a north of a 95-mile-an-hour exit velocity on it. I mean, the guy, there's nothing he can't do on a baseball field, and it's hard to have a gorgeous right-handed baseball swing. You know, you think of the great gorgeous swings, you think of the lefty guys pulling the trigger. He is unhinged in the way he goes about it from the plate.
Drew Smyly would love his swing. No career hits in 27 ABs.
Another thing, Mr. Juan Soto in 2019 in the World Series showed everybody why you can argue he's the best hitter in the sport. I mean, what he was able to do in that World Series.
I like to play that game. You talk about players, an all-around game, but what about one at-bat to win me a game?
Yeah, that's a complete. I want Juan Soto out of that group. And then if you throw in the financials, Acuna signed the most cost-effective deal.
That's a whole nother story. 2,400th career strikeout for John Lester. Congrats. He's faced the minimum through 3.
High fly ball off speed. He crushed that baby. Marcell Ozuna has put the Braves in front. Yeah, take a selfie, Marcell, and the Grand Tour. High fly ball. Did he? Did he? Huascar Ynoa has hit a homer. His first home run. Golfed into right center field. Marisnik won't get there. That's down for a base hit. Ynoa around third's going to get the green light. The Cubs miss the cutoff man, and Acuna's coming home. From the plate, he's not in time. And he slid in ahead of the tag, and the Braves have scored 6 in the first 2 innings. Swing and a drive. Belted deep left. Welcome back, Christian Pache, a grand slam.
Had a kid. Got the changeup and absolutely crushed it.
Fly ball, belted. He's back. Long home run. How far up the bleachers is that going? 481 feet for Acuna. That was every bit of it.
Heading into today, the Braves lead the league with 44 home runs, and I, for one, love it when guys, they flip their bat, they strut around the bases, but some teams are getting a little bit more into it than other ones. Our next poll question comes, and it's what's the best home run celebration of the last 5 years? We have the Twins there, we have the Nationals in their 2019 postseason, driving the bus. Guys, which one is your favorite?
Oh. I have recency bias, so I'll go with the uniqueness of the shopping cart started by Jason Varitek and company. Where are you going, D-Row?
The selfie for Marcell Ozuna. I mean, he kind of just changed the whole dynamic last year with the Braves. All the young Latin American-born ball players they gravitated to him. He changed Acuna and Albies and now they got the Panda on the team. I want to be in a selfie with those guys.
Remember last year in the wild card round against the Cincinnati Reds, Braves having some fun, and then they move on eventually to face the Dodgers after getting through the Marlins, and they were up 3-1, one win away from the World Series, but Ozuna brought the thump. He replaced Josh Donaldson in the batting order perfectly.
We've been to dinner 100 times, and I've told John Lester since he's broke into the game, he needs to honor his hitting a little bit more. He has got pop, and he has got a gorgeous swing, and I mean, he started his career like 0 for 60 something.
He can bunt, though. Look at that hack. There you go. Good day for Lester on the mound so far. 3 scoreless. He's faced the minimum 9. 9-1 and 2 due up for the Nationals here in the home third. Scott Braun, Mark DeRosa. We just heard from Savannah McCann.
Started his career 0 for 66. Matt Baker, to the researcher to the stars, in my ear right here. 0 for 66 with that swing.
So he had to do some climbing to get over the 100 mark that he's at now. Hey, for everything we say about Ozuna, he's the only one on this list defensively with a Gold Glove. I believe that was in 2017. Silver Slugger and Gold Glove winner back then. He's had some shoulder troubles since then. Oh, Lester couldn't bite. And Smiley paints. That's strike 3, his 3rd of the day. Drew Smiley, the southpaw, with the swing and miss stuff today. And the nice command. New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season, the YouTube Player of the Game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will receive the trophy, and it's a nice one. During the post-game show, stay tuned for the Player of the Game polling options later in the show, and D-Row will help you out. You can take his advice or leave it. Drew Smiley making a strong case so far. This is what Braves fans were hoping for in the offseason when they spent $11 million on a 1-year contract for Smiley, coming off a big year with the Giants. Of course, last year it was under 30 innings. It was an abbreviated season, but when he was on the mound, the Braves thought they saw something that could blossom even further.
Yeah. Obviously, it took everyone by surprise, I think. When he signed, and he signed early, it was 1 year, $11 million. It wasn't 1 year, 6, 1 year, 7, where people were like, oh, okay, this is a nice depth move. No, this is 1 year, 11. It's kind of like what the Yankees did with Corey Kluber, asking Kluber to slot into their 2 slot behind Garrett Cole.
That's a nice stop at third. You got to be quick on Turner, and Adrianza makes a brilliant play at third base.
See him leaning towards the line a little bit right there. Adrianza, born and raised with the San Francisco Giants, played with this guy back in the day. He was just a young blood playing shortstop. It was all glove, no bat, and what has been a steady ascent through the minor leagues. He started to swing the stick too.
Spring training was so good for him that Brian Snitker said they had to put him on the roster, even though he wasn't necessarily in the plans for 2021. It's fouled off by Hernandez. And think about what's going through your mind at third base after you make a play like that. Trey Turner is the fastest player in the sport, according to sprint speed from StatCast. So you got to be quick with it.
That's the beauty of playing third base, especially for somebody as good with the glove as Mr. Adrianza. That's a day off for him at third base.
I like that. Nice guy to have to fill in at third base today. And Trey is 0 for 2. Hernandez struck out against Smiley first time around. It's a great story too. Hernandez was a star in Cuba. Took a long time for him to find the major leagues. Debuted last year. And he's hit well so far in limited time. Debuted last season at age 32. 10 for 25 in his last 8, filling in for Soto. 6 seasons in Cuba, 3 in Washington's minor league system. And Dave Martinez told us before the game, he's fun. They love having him around. Lively guy in the clubhouse. Soto's going to come back. Hernandez is going to be a bench player again. But you think about 2019 and Gerardo Parra. If you want some personality and some fun off the bench, yeah, maybe Hernandez makes that his walk-up song. On the ground to the left side, tough play for Swanson. It's off the glove and an infield knock for Yadiel Hernandez. Here comes our man with the mic today, Josh Harrison.
Hey, sometimes better be lucky than good. I saw him going backhand, then I looked and I saw him like this. That was dirty, huh?
I don't know what happened here.
That's a guy who has been in the league for a while, knows a lot of players around the game, and is comfortable with who he is. You know, I watch you every morning, D-Row, and one thing I do remember as Josh Harrison goes after the first pitch, I'll have to be quick here, fly ball, but you said you wish you had even more fun when you were playing. Josh Harrison's doing that. Hey, another good inning from Drew Smyly. He leaves one stranded. Still no score. 3 in the books in D.C.
Swinging a ground ball left side. Diving stop. Castro pops up, throws to second, gets the out to retire the side. A sparkling defensive play for Castro. And Lester's out of trouble in the 3rd inning. Pitch is lined sharply in one hop. A diving stop. Turner on the outfield grass gets up, throws, and gets him by a step. Takes a hit away from Jesus Aguilar.
And a breaking ball hit in the air to left field deep. This is way back. This may go, and it is gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes Turner.
Does he have another one? Going back Gurriel to the track, to the wall, and that one is long gone. It's Trey Turner 2 and the Blue Jays nothing.
Swing and a miss. Max Scherzer puts the finishing touches with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball for his 9th strikeout of the ball game.
Swinging a long drive, right center field. Back on this one is Harrison, looking up, and this one is gone into the second deck. It's a leadoff, walk-off, 2-run homer for Kyle Schwarber, and he sends him home happy.
Each week this season on our broadcasts, we will focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. Today, our creator spotlight shines on Benny No. On Benny's channel, you can watch this Dodger fan play video games with his son and vlog about their lives around baseball. Big following. Over 220,000 subscribers, over 55 million views on his videos. They love the Dodgers. Cute kid. I believe he has 2 kids now. Checked out a few videos. It's Benny No. Some trouble from the children in the house. You've been there, D-Row. Watch out for that vase, that trophy.
I'm past it. I'm in the good years now.
Yeah, what are the ages?
17 and 11.
There you go. Big cut and a miss from Acuna to start off the 4th inning for Atlanta.
I think the Braves are going to have to rethink their colors. Ronald is making a dead push to get gold as a part of the Atlanta Braves colors. Kind of honoring his Venezuelan heritage, but a little Iron Man in there.
I'm all in.
Look at it.
It shines.
He has really taken Atlanta by storm, the way Soto has taken Washington, D.C. I mean, you just haven't seen a player come as athletic like this since Andrew Jones. Rafael Furcal, kind of like that different type of vibe coming through the screen.
NL Player of the Month for April. He's cool. He runs, he slugs. He sends one to left, and we'll get to watch him run the bases. Ronald Acuna Jr. starts off the 4th with a base hit.
Hey, you see right here, just a cutter in. Back in the day when John Lester was living at 92, 93 miles an hour, he could bury that pitch in, but you're going to pitch at 88, 89. against Ronald Acuna. He's actually lucky he gets that ball back. And you see right there his 2021 NL ranks. I mean, God.
He's the man.
Get in line.
111 miles an hour off the bat for that single. He had 3 stolen bases in his first 10 games, then none in his next 18. And the Braves are saying, hey, you can go. You have free reign. Just watch it on some of the dives, because we saw him dive back to the bag and suffer a mild abdominal strain on the 18th of April. 1 more swipe this series, so 4 on the season. This is always a fun battle because John Lester does not love throwing over to first base if you followed him in his career. It's about the pausing, right? Changing up your timing coming to home plate. Otherwise, I'd love to see him throw over to first. It just doesn't happen.
I do believe Ronald could go first move right here, and there's nothing John could do to defend it.
So why hasn't he got already? We're 2 pitches in.
There he goes.
There he goes. It's wide to Albies. The throw skips away into center, and Acuna's off to third. And just like that, one of the flashiest players in the game is 90 feet away from scoring the game's first run.
Yeah, I just don't think you hesitate against a guy who's, like you said, Scotty B, chronicled. He does not like to throw over to first base. You got a guy like Ronald Acuna who's got wheels for days. He can go first move. Even if he does throw that to Josh Bell, I still think he beats the transfer to second. He's playing youth ball. Let me take it on to third base once he sees Josh Harrison miss this.
Brian Snicker told us this morning the ball field is his playground.
Yeah, that's a great line.
Since 2019, one of the fastest. I would say also wisely aggressive at the plate as he continues to improve contact rate and decrease his chase percentage. It's scary.
Oh, he's only going to get better when he knows how these guys are going to attack him. I mean, playing with Chipper Jones all those years, his attention to detail before the game, coming up with a game plan, knowing how guys are going to attack him, what they're going to throw at runners in scoring position. He's only going to get better.
More walks than strikeouts this season. Albies his best friend facing a 2-2.
And I love Davey Martinez's defensive position right here. Just not conceding that early 1 run. He knows Lester and Smiley are both on top of their game. Eventually we'll give it over to the bullpen, but he's got the infield kind of playing halfway right here. Something hot shot. They're just not going to let Acuna walk home.
Full boat. He missed. First 2 hitters at the frame on board for Atlanta. Runners on the corners. That brings us to Ozuna. Mr. Grand Slam from yesterday. I just want to sneak this into next half inning. We're talking to Max Scherzer for a half frame. And any questions from our YouTube creators, bring them on.
I got a few I've written down.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he had a day, what, about a week ago, complete game.
He's had a lot of days.
And then goes over to watch his wife give birth to their 3rd kid. Ozuna into the corner, and that's going to score the first run of the day. Ronald Acuna Jr. will trot home, and Marcell Ozuna knocks in a run for Atlanta. It's 1-0.
See right here, cutter inside from John Lester. It's actually a great pitch. Great pitch. Marcell Ozuna almost knows he wants to go to that well to get him to roll over to third for a double play. Kind of cheats to the spot. Keeps it fair. 1-0 Bravos. First, and now it's 2nd and 3rd. They are set up for a big inning right here.
The double for Ozuna is his 3rd of the season. Albies at 3rd. And here's a guy who's been swinging the bat well lately. Austin Riley has advanced himself in terms of his plate discipline this year. Alex Anthopoulos, GM of the squad, said much more selective than what we've seen in the prior years. And they're excited about his zone recognition, so much so that he said the ceiling for him might be higher than they anticipated.
Yeah, I think coming up through the Braves system, the name I heard time and time again was Austin Riley as Troy Glaus. And I kept saying, Troy had a damn good career. I mean, light tower power, pick and granted third base, played shortstop coming up through UCLA. So, I mean, that's a big comp. I think the thing that's jumped off for me watching him on a nightly basis is we never got a chance because he burst on the scene as the left fielder. I didn't realize he could play third as admirably as he has.
Today he's at first.
And then today he's at first. Well, we got to get Freddie off his feet for a day.
That's right. 2-1 to Riley. Fouls it back. Troy Glaus, by the way, 320 career homers.
I know.
He had one season with 47.
Yeah, he had a big career.
Do you think Riley is capable of 300 plus in his career and maybe a 45 homer year? I mean, he's the biggest dude on the team, 6'3", 240.
He's certainly talented enough. I mean, you got to hang around a long time to put up those kind of numbers.
I know your number because it's nice and clean. Career 100.
It took me 16 years to get 100.
Chopped foul.
It's funny, though, I was blessed to be drafted by the Atlanta Braves to kind of walk into that clubhouse and just expect to win from day one. And then on the flip side, to go over to the Nationals in 2012 and kind of go in Davey Johnson's office and tell them, can I address the team? Because I don't think they realize they're ready to win yet. Two different scenarios, two different organizations at two different times.
You were part of the beginning of the rise for the Nationals,
the
2012.
19-year-old Bryce Harper. Anthony Rendon was on field too, getting loose. Yeah. I walk around spring training and I was just blown away with how much talent was on those back fields.
Payoff to Riley. Got him. Are you ticked if you're Riley on that pitch?
That's a strike. That's a good pitch right there. Maybe a little down. You got second and third. Anything close, John Lester. You're not looking to walk in that situation. I want some ribs.
That's what Dave Martinez wants to see in the Nationals. Work that bottom of the zone. Although I think nowadays with so many uppercut swings, isn't that the nitro zone for many players? Mike Trout loves that pitch.
Mike Trout is on a whole nother level. I mean, how much of a rabbit hole you want me to go down here with the way these guys are swinging?
There's only one out, so runners are in scoring position.
Until you eliminate the shift, you're going to continue to have guys trying to drive the ball out of the yard. There's no knocks on the ground. Josh Donaldson told you that about 8 years ago, and people weren't listening. And what you're doing now is you're incentivizing the 6, 7, 8 guy in your lineup to try and hit homers as well. I don't want him to hit homers. I want him to set the tone for my 3, 4, 5 and my 2, 3, 4. You got to give him a reason to change the way he prepares coming into spring training.
Swing and a miss from Swanson. Josh Harrison, what did you think of that K pitch from Lester to Riley?
Borderline. Borderline. Me, not borderline.
Is he listening? Sounds like he is. Does he have a little earpiece?
Here's my thing, though. You take the box off the screen, that's not borderline. That's a strike all day long. That's an executed pitch down in the zone, hollow of the knee. I don't think you can have a gripe. Even if you go back and watch that on video, I don't think Austin Riley's going to come back to the dugout. I think he was squeezed.
I need about 10 more sound bites today from Josh Harrison to feel satisfied, because
he could probably be the third man in the booth right now.
When you're done, Josh, take your time. But when you're done, come hang with us on the media side, please.
You could do it mid-game.
Yeah. Lester went 5 innings in his 2021 debut, 5 scoreless, 70 pitches. But you figure, what's the number? If he gets out of this one and gets back into a groove, can he go 90-ish?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he gets Swanson. Back-to-back punch-outs for John Lester, and he's up to 4 on the day.
Again, that nasty cutter in. He's kind of been working Dansby Swanson. That's his second AB. He's going cutter in, backdoor cutter. Gets him leaning in, just consistently trying to move the plate. You ever been in John's presence, Scott?
I have.
He's a mountain of a man.
He's a big dude.
Big dude. I mean, throwing half of these pitches with his tush and his legs, so I think he could stay in there as long as he wants.
That's sent to center, and that's going to fall and score at least one for Atlanta. Second on its way. Head first slide. Ozuna's in there. Andrianza scores 2 for the Braves. Make it 3-0 as Albies and Ozuna come home. We'll make sure Ozuna's okay.
I want to see the replay on the slide.
He lays out. Aggressive base running for Marcell Ozuna coming home, and he was hustling from the jump.
Yeah, I'd say something here. Just being fundamental, it's easy from the booth, but that's kind of on Yan Gomes right there. He's got to hold his position. Victor Robles is one of the best center fielders in baseball. Ball travels faster than you going to get the ball and bring it back. I think if he's hugging the plate and just gives Ozuna a lane right there, that ball gets to him and he's able to cut down that run. Great slide by Marcell.
How's the arm sleeve?
He has probably got a crate of like 8,000 of them. Just give me a new arm sleeve.
Christian Pache cuts and misses. He's in an 0-2 hole. Andrianza coming up big today at the hot corner, driving in 2 with the base hit, and then he moves to second on the throw.
Braves have been big on that early in the season. They lead the major 70 runs scored with 2 outs. Adrianza spot start, comes up with a huge 2-ribby knock right there.
Their bench has been pretty good. Pablo
And
Sandoval
got
getting
off
it
to
done.
a great start. You need these guys. Adrianza can play 15 different positions. Occasionally get you to knock, go deep, had a monster spring. He was deserving, went out and won a job. And then Pablo Sandoval has a knack for the big moment. He just does. And everybody likes the Panda in the clubhouse.
Great nickname. Fun dude.
Hits good pitching.
Hits
bad pitches.
Former World Series MVP for the Giants.
There he is.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he'll go down to Snitton around the 7th. Just let me know when you need me.
And that's in there. So Lester does pick up 3 strikeouts. You didn't love that one.
That's a ball.
Okay. 3 Ks in the inning for Lester, but 3 runs in the 4th for Atlanta to jump ahead. Mid-4, as we head to break, we take a closer look at Ozzie Albies in this MLB PA Infield Chatter feature.
The day Ozzie Albies turned 9 years old, he got to meet his baseball hero.
It was on my birthday. My dad surprised me with him. I don't know how he got in contact with him.
11 years later, on the day of his major league debut, Andruw Jones surprised him again.
He was the first guy. Andruw Jones was the first guy from Curacao that came and celebrate and tell me congrats in the dugout in Atlanta. I love that.
Jones was MLB's first star from Curacao, and the reason Albies and his family are lifelong Braves fans. But it was Albies' other hero who led him to fall in love with baseball in the first place. Albies' father, who taught Ozzie the game, had a heart attack and died at 41. His life lessons live on.
It's amazing how what he told me before he passed away, always never give up on my dream. If it wasn't because of him, I'm not sitting here today.
Ozzie Albies is who he is, in large part because of his two role models. One, a former Brave star who loves watching him play. The other, a proud father who never got the chance.
And that's half of the fourth coming up, as this game is live globally on YouTube. Scott Braun and Mark DeRosa, and let's pay off our second poll question. Best home run celebration of the last 5 years.
I won.
You nailed it. Marcell Ozuna with
It's a
selfie.
good one.
It's great. It's creative. It's relevant.
When he did it the other day, they were losing like 8-2, and he popped it out. I was a little like, I don't know.
But if you're in the dugout, you're cracking up because you're like, that's Ozuna being Ozuna and starting to find something. Hey, you know who had the best week, I think, of anyone in Major League Baseball? Our next guest, live on YouTube, Max Scherzer joining us. Max, it's Scott Braun and Mark DeRosa. First off, congratulations. Derek delivered right after your complete game. And here's first pitch from Starlin Castro to Dansby Swanson. So 1 out in the bottom of the fourth. How are you today? Congrats. How's the addition to the family?
Hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple days here, but a good crazy. So everybody's good and healthy, so the family's just got bigger.
Max, I want to ask you, it's DeRosa here. I want to ask you, the other day against the Marlins, obviously dominant again. When do you know you're on? Are you a guy that, like, the bullpen matters when you're coming out? Are you a guy that needs fastball command? Is there 1 or 2 pitches? Kind of take me inside the mindset, like when you turn to yourself in the third or fourth and it's like, all right, I got it.
I don't know. I don't know. I've thrown enough games where I feel like I have it. Then all of a sudden you go out there and you think you got it, and then you make a couple mistakes and wham, wham, you give up a 3-run shot.
Yeah.
So you can never really you can never really fall into the train of thought that you're locked in, because so many things can happen in the blink of an eye, and it kind of the backwards can work. You can give up some early runs, but then settle in and pitch. You can go deep in the game, throw 7 innings, and do something great for your team. So I've tried to kind of get out of that mindset of hey, I need results, or however the game's unfolding to execute the next pitch.
We have some YouTube creators with some excellent questions. I feel like I know the answer to this one, but I'll throw it your way. Hey, Max, this is from Austin. What is your favorite accomplishment of your career? I know winning a World Series is probably up there. What about after that? Okay, that makes more sense. No-hitter, 20 strikeout games,
yeah.
Cy Young.
I mean, obviously those Cy Youngs, those are really, 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 really cool. But I really love that 20 strikeout game.
More than the no-hitter?
That was... yeah, definitely more than no-hitters. That's a short list, and when you're out there, that game was special. Even the fans, it really fed off the energy of the fans too. So, yeah, that's one of my favorite accomplishments.
Max, I want to ask you, today's generation, I mean, you played with a little bit more grizzled veterans, and you're seeing all these guys bat flip and do all these things. What is your take on it? I don't see many guys flipping the bat to the sky off you. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. What's your take? If it's honoring their team and getting them going, you're cool?
I'm cool as long as it's just an emotional part of the game. That's just we're humans, and if you hit a big home run in a big spot, flip it bat, whatever. That's I could get it. There's big spots in the game, but I mean, if you're losing and you start bat flipping, that's kind of when I have an issue.
Yeah.
Then you're just trying to bring attention to yourself. Like, no, it's a team game. So I understand when you do something great for the team and you really, make a winning play or anything. I mean, pitchers striking somebody out or defensive play or whatever it is. I mean, play with emotion. That's fine. I get that. It's the other stuff that kind of irritates me.
After the 1-out walk from Josh Bell, it's Yan Gomes here in the fourth. and takes it inside. We're talking to Max Scherzer right now. Okay, so Max, one more. Back to the new addition of the family, Derek, your third child, and the real MVP this week. We know, as you say, your better half, Erica, but what's the bigger adrenaline rush? Pitching a World Series game or gunning it over to the hospital in the car 2 hours after your complete
Tell the
game?
truth, Max. Tell the truth.
Ooh.
It's the World Series.
You got adrenaline for both of them. I mean, you're anxious for both. Like, you know, when you're driving to the hospital, like you're anxious. You can't wait for this to happen. It's the same thing. I mean, it's kind of the same feeling. The World Series start, you're anxious as heck to get to the park and go out there and pitch. So kind of a similar feeling, even though they're completely different things. Come on, fall in.
Yan Gomes, floater, and Pache is one of the best in the biz. Future Gold Gloves.
Hey, Max, did you know, or were you surprised? Boy or girl?
On what?
Did you know?
Oh, no, yeah, we knew a boy was coming. Yeah,
Okay.
we knew a boy was coming. We knew it was going to be Derek. So, you know, we've had Derek lined up. You know, we had 2 girls first, but we've always known if we had a boy, it was going to be named Derek. So, you know, good things happen.
I feel like when I watch you, I don't want to compare you to Tom Brady, but TB12. I'm thinking MS31. Are we pitching late into our 40s? What are we doing?
Who knows? You're always one injury away from never playing again, so never like to think too far in the future. I kind of just like taking it year by year. Just go out there and just stay in the moment. You know, kind of keep the blinders up and just go out there and do my thing, and then the rest will just take care of itself.
1 on, 2 outs. It's Kyle Schwarber. Here's one from Stark Raving Sports. Hey, Max, what's one thing about you or your game that we don't see or know much about that you'd like to be more discussed?
That's a good question.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like everybody talks about a little bit about everything. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'll ask you. Why do you
think it's underrated?
Why do you throw your bullpens in full uniform?
This is a good one. So the old uniforms, when they were made by Majestic, they used to give us BP tops. And you know, so I used to just throw the bullpens in the BP tops. Well, then once they stopped making those BP tops, and so I didn't want to just throw them in like a dry fit. You know, I wanted I kind of like having the weight on me like a jersey. So the only thing that made sense to me was to ask you to just put on a jersey. So now that Nike's making these jerseys again, maybe hopefully they make a BP top, so then I don't have to wear a jersey to throw a bullpen.
Schwarber rips one into the corner. And
First
that's a base hit.
Second and third, here we go.
And Bell heading to third. Now he's going to come home. It's bobbled in the corner. Josh Bell's going to score as the Nats break the ice. Schwarber ends up at third, and it's 3-1. I know how Max is too. If this inning goes forever, he's going to stay with us. We did this once a couple of years ago. Remember, Max? Your team was on, you probably don't remember, but your team was on a roll. And I remember I was like, hey, it's been like 15 minutes. You good? And you're like, I'm not leaving now.
Well, we don't talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't jinx it. You want to jinx it? I don't jinx things.
That's right.
You did it.
Max, how's it been having John Lester spring training? And then I know it's been kind of hit or miss with the COVID stuff, but how's it been interacting with him?
Yeah, he's just happy to be out of COVID timeout.
Yeah.
He's back with the club and he can feel normal, be one of us. So after a start, gave him a nice big hug and said, welcome to the team. Now you can feel normal again. He enjoys it. So he enjoys being back in the dugout and just being one of us and just kind of getting back in the flow of us. And you know, it's nice to have, you know, he's the only guy that's older than me, so I like having the old guys in the clubhouse.
By the way, on that play for Schwarber, it's a double, no RBI. Of course, scores the run in Bell. It's 3-1. Talking to Max Scherzer here, live on YouTube to a global audience. Schwarber at third, and Victor Robles moves the count to 2-0. Okay, Max, one other underrated component. I'll bring this in. I believe this is one of your things. Talking to hitters as much as possible about what's going through their mind. Am I accurate on that one, that you have conversations that kind of help you formulate a game plan?
I wouldn't say necessarily form a game plan, but just understand what's going on. So, yeah, talking to hitters is great, but I also love talking to hitting coaches because they're the ones that are preaching everything. And the hitting, K-Long here, I mean, he's been on the other side and had to prepare against me so many different times. So it's really good picking his mind of like what he sees, how he sees the game, what they're trying to teach. That's why I actually love the NL here, because I get to hit. So I'm in the cage working on that stuff and getting to hear like what they're trying to teach, how they're talking about contact points, all this stuff. So the more I'm around the kind of the hitters and the hitting coach and doing that, unless he didn't like that one. Got a little shadows, he can't see it. That you get a feel for what the hitters do. It makes you a better pitcher.
That's right. John Lester gets to hit right now in a big spot. Runners on the corners for Washington. It's Schwarber and Robles.
Watch out, he can swing a little bit.
John, hey, Max, I was talking about that off the top of the show. I said he started his career 0 for 66. How terrible is that?
Yep. Well, I think I faced him when he was like 0 for 62. And thinking he was just going to be awful, and so I just laid in a heater, and Wrigley like absolutely smashed it way to the track, and like thankfully we had the center field played right there. I was blown away. Like, I actually saw. I told him about that. I was like, I thought you really stunk, but you like smashed it off me. Like, what's this about? And he was like, no, I can actually swing a little bit. Somehow I was just in the funk for like a year.
He plays golf the exact same way. Hits it 350, and then it takes a left-hand turn at around 300 yards and disappears into someone's backyard.
That's good to know.
2-0 on its way from Smiley, and he went around.
So what's the mindset coming into with the fans back? I got to believe 2020, you just kind of, that was a wash. That had to be completely strange and odd playing in front of no one. So get back at it with some fans in the stands.
It stunk.
Yeah.
It's great having fans back in the stands. It's just the atmosphere, the buzz. Everybody feels that energy. Oh, gosh. Man. About to launch that one. Just having the fans back. I mean, this is what baseball's like. I mean, Major League Baseball, we have fans in the park, so it's great to see all the stadiums having fans back. And hopefully as the season goes on, we continue to get more and more.
Yeah. YouTube creator Jolly Olive wants to know, does Max have a favorite defender that played behind him?
Ooh. He's got one.
Ooh. That's a good one. There we go. Anthony Rendon was really good at third. Austin Jackson was really good in center.
Jose Iglesias?
Trey's really good at short. Jose Iglesias, I had a little bit at short. He did some cool things. Zim's really good at first. Who I actually really liked was Miggy. Not that he was great, but he worked his absolute tail off to be the best he could.
And John Lester's a strikeout victim. All right, Max, we got one, though, and we appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, and congrats on the new addition. Max Scherzer with us live on YouTube. His team gets a run. It's 3-1 Atlanta after 4 at Nats Park.
And now the battle that everyone has been waiting for. This will be fun. Freeman versus Rizzo.
This is going to be a granathon right here with these two.
I mean, the smile says it all, and Freddie's smiling right back at him.
I mean, if he can get the smile off his face long enough, I say there's no way he doesn't take him deep.
And that sweeps off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes.
1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Two-1. That's not bad. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I guarantee you Rizzo's dreamed of this.
If Freddie strikes out, he's never going to hear the end of this.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, he struck him out. Look at Rizzo. He can't believe it. It's great.
Anthony Rizzo just struck out Freddie Freeman and does something that no other Cub pitcher has been able to do all night long.
Look at Freddie's reaction.
Is Jack Flaherty really the best NBA 2K player in the league? And what does he and Benny Feldstein have in common? Get to know more about Jack on the Season 2 premiere of Stacked, available tomorrow on youtube.com/MLB. The live game commentary is one of my best friends here on YouTube. MLB, Braves, Nationals accounts, the YouTube creators that were helping us out with questions for Max Scherzer and Ian Anderson. Thoughts, questions, comments, you can see those on your mobile, on your TV, on your computer. And I'll call this out now to YouTube creators because D-Row loves this. If you have questions for D-Row, throw them in there. If there's time at certain spots, I will throw them at D-Row. I know you love that. And then maybe even a few in the post game as well.
You know what I don't like?
Jeff Mathis going to left, but there's a man there in Kyle Schwarber.
I don't like these shadows. As a hitter, wow. John Lester standing in the sunshine, throwing cutters and change-ups. You have a tough time if it's perfect conditions. Take a look at that. Mr. Smiley is just fighting for dear life.
We saw that with Lester in his at-bat last half. 4 o'clock Eastern start time today. Drew Smiley also has a little John Lester in his
he doesn't have good
offensive
numbers
profile. 0 for 28 career. Still has a ways to go to catch John.
You got to get a big league knock, though. Push something the other way.
Big inning for Atlanta was the 4th. 3 runs. Adrianza with the 2 RBI single. Maybe this is why I'm not in the bigs among many other reasons, but if I'm a pitcher, I'm just working that pitch count. Swing at 2 strikes. Maybe. Oh, is he going to sneak a bunt on us? Is that the move?
Trying to push one down the third baseline.
I mean, there's room to work with. Here's Castro. And he hasn't budged. Now 2 strikes against Drew Smiley.
I know Max Scherzer just said in his interview he likes hitting, but herein lies the argument for the universal DH. I was, again, born and raised in the National League and a bench player in the National League. So having the pitcher hit worked for me because I was constantly getting into games, double switches, moving stuff around. So the universal DH for a bench player is not optimal, but I can understand to eliminate pitchers' injuries, hitting, and to get the best 9 players up to the plate for entertainment purposes. I do understand the argument for the universal DH.
Smiley held off. Fills up the count and puts it in play for Castro. 2 gone. Hey, there's Josh Harrison. What do you say?
That could have been bad. That could have been bad. Going to pick it, I caught his shin, but it could have been his ACL, my elbow, like, yeah.
Now we're glad he's okay. Those shades are strong. Acuna Jr. takes a strike, bottom of the zone.
It's quick, too. He's talking about Josh Harrison. You go to cover the bag, little arm side run from the catcher, throws up the line. And you're taught, even in youth baseball, what's the most important thing? Baseball, go get it.
Lester with 2 quick strikes on Acuna. So if Josh Harrison's a 10 in terms of the volume of conversing that he does in the fields, what number did you score?
Yeah, I was a talker.
You were?
Yeah, I was a talker with the guys getting on base and with my infield. I was definitely at least an 8. Talking to the umpires. Yeah, I tried to get a feel. It's funny. Most of the guys will give you some conversation at second base. There are a few guys, the Darren Ersteds of the world, Chase Utley,
Craig Counsell.
Very minimal. If you got a hello, you were fired up.
Didn't Counsell not say a word?
Yeah, he wasn't very verbose. There's no denying that.
Acuna in the air, long run for Hernandez. He's there. And he'll head right back to the dugout after a 1-2-3 5th inning dealt by John Lester. His team trailing by a couple runs, mid-5.
Kerry Wood going to the mound for the Cubs today in the conclusion of a 2-game series against the division-leading Houston Astros.
I just really try to take a deep breath, forget what you just did in the bullpen, know that your body's loose, and go out and try to go get them.
Got him with the heat. 1 down. He changes speeds. Bell strikes out. He punched out the order in the first.
The ball was coming out nicely that day. Just one of those days where I didn't feel like I could do wrong.
Got him. 7 strikeouts. He struck out 8. See you later. 13 strikeouts. What can you say? 18 strikeouts.
First of all, I didn't know the record was 20, and I'm going in the 9th inning, and I feel like I can strike everybody out.
Got it! He ties the National League record. The crowd will tell you the story.
I think everybody in the stadium knew it was coming. Everybody on TV knew it was coming.
Here comes the hook. Got him! 20 strikeouts.
Today marks 411 games that Davey Martinez is the national skipper, and today that actually marks that he has become the longest tenured manager in their history. So we were talking to him pregame, and he said that he didn't even know until Trey Turner hugged him, and he told Trey, "Are you just in a good mood today, or why are you hugging me?" So Trey let the guy know, you know, today you become the longest tenured manager, and Davey looked at him and said, "If you keep slugging the way that you are, I'll be your manager for a lot longer."
That's a great story, Savannah. Thank you. Longest tenured manager before Davey just hit 411, Manny Acta, 2007 to 2009. That's it. This is their guy now.
Little tidbit. His teammates with Dave Martinez in Atlanta. Kind of his twilight of his career was beginning of mine. We were bench dogs with Julio Franco and Ozzie Guillen. Just a wealth of knowledge. Going on to learn under Joe Madden, get his chops there, then win a World Series with the Cubbies. Right man, right time. I mean, there were talks back. You go back to 2019. What were they? 19 and 34?
31.
19 and 31. And there was talks Davey might be replaced.
Remember we were talking, at least on MLB Network sometimes, about trade rumors, maybe Scherzer dealing away all this garbage. Really
went on to have one of the most epic World Series in 2019. No one won a home game.
Turner wants that swing back. Pache for out number 1. Dave Martinez played for 16 seasons, 9 teams, over 1,500 career hits. Cool guy. Broke into the big leagues at age 21 in 1986 with the Cubs. Hired in October of 2017. This is season number 4 at the helm. Bench coach with Joe Madden for a long time. And there's the career line as a player. And the Nats in 2019 won their first ever World Series title. I remember for the brief time before we hit the pandemic, of course, Dave Martinez said, the biggest difference for me since we won, hugs. Just walking around town, I'm getting hugs. Just like Turner did for him, he's getting hugs from random people in D.C. We love you, Davey.
Yes, they should. That team was special. I think the interesting thing watching Dave Martinez and talking to him.
Hernandez to deep center, and Pache is there. He covers so much great ground. A few feet away from the wall.
Nice play. Talking about interviewing for managerial positions and not getting them. He said, you know, I tried to be Joe Maddon's clone. And he goes, when I finally went into these interviews and not only spoke about what I believed Joe Maddon did well, but also how I would be an individual in the position, he said, I felt like Mr. Rizzo, Mr. Lerner, they were listening a lot more. And in turn, he ends up getting a crack at managing the Nats and then winning the World Series.
First pitch swinging, and that is going to be caught by Austin Riley. Oh, we're going to get word on
Mike.
Yeah, Josh Harrison. We don't turn it around live, but it's coming. Don't worry. There it is. Wow. Austin Riley can fly over at first base. Doesn't play there often, but doing it well this afternoon. And again, Drew Smyly with a nice frame. 1, 2, 3 in the fifth.
There's always so much excitement and anticipation prior to game one, and for great reason.
2 out and nobody on. Here's Ryan Zimmerman, longest tenured National. Here's the wide of the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well. Deep center field. Way back goes Springer to the warning track. Looking up, and it is gone. Goodbye.
So we go to the 4th inning. The Nationals trailing 2-1. It'll be Juan Soto facing Garrett Cole. The 1-0. Swinging a fly ball well hit to left field. It's going, and long gone up onto the railroad tracks.
20 years old and just bursting with power. And the Astros are down to their final out. Into left center field. Robles is there.
And the Washington Nationals have stolen game one on the road.
The Nats, if they can win 3 of their next 6 games, will win the World Series.
Everybody getting in on the act tonight.
12-2 Washington.
Well, the Nationals have certainly come to Houston and flexed their muscles.
And that's the ball game. A blowout win here tonight in game 2.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and the rest of the league. Back to John Lester in the 6th. Scott Braun and Mark DeRosa. Savannah McCann with us as well today on YouTube. Ozzie Albies walked last time up, ended up scoring. That was all the action for the Braves. The 4th inning. Brian Snitker thrilled that they're facing a lefty today. And there's one on the outside corner. Breaking stuff, gets in there, but not doing great work against left-handed pitching this year. Small sample size. He owns John Lester. 6 for 8, a homer, and he can swing it from the right side.
I know that's small sample size, but that is ownership.
And it continues. 7 for 9.
7 for 9 is big.
New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season, the YouTube Player of the Game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers, later is your chance to vote. Which player will receive the trophy during the post-game show? Stay tuned for the Player of the Game polling options later in the show. Not only do you get to decide who receives this trophy, which players are gravitating towards. They're receiving it, it gets their name engraved, the whole deal. But also, you get to pick who we talk to in the post-game, which is cool. Who's the early leader? Adrianza with the 2 RBI double? Perhaps. Here comes Dave Martinez to take the baseball. On to the Nats bullpen with Marcell Ozuna coming up for Atlanta in the 6th.
Just smokes it.
Forget about it.
Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there.
and that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed. And this is gonna do it. Oh my! Strike 3. That was a great play. I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
After an Albies hit through the infield, Marcell Ozuna is going to dig in against the new pitcher Austin Voth, and look what he brought to the table for the Atlanta Braves. A grand slam against the Washington Nationals yesterday. In the 3rd inning, they decided to intentionally walk Freddie Freeman, StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud, showing us the longest average distance homer man in baseball since the start of 2020. It's the man who's about to hit. Marcell Ozuna averages 433 feet of glory when he connects off the bat over the wall. I mean, think about it. Yesterday, Freddie's been struggling. They put him on. And Marcel's like, really? Last year I led the senior circuit in homers and RBIs.
I was yelling at the TV when Ronald stole second because it almost forced Davey's hand. Listen, they've caught lightning in a bottle. You go back to 19 when they picked up Josh Donaldson for the 1-year deal, and he hit behind Freddie, and he was a monster. And then they doubled down on another 1-year deal with Ozuna. I'm like, man, you can't keep getting away with this. Well, they got away with it again. He has been awesome for this team, and not just in the lineup, just everything he brings.
Fouls back that pitch from Austin Voth, 28-year-old right-hander, mostly 4-seamers and curveballs. Off to a nice start. Both touring runs in 10 2/3, but he's dealing with one of the NL's best from 2020, who's locked up to a 4-year deal in the offseason for $65 million with Atlanta.
And that was an interesting deal. There was a lot of people in Atlanta that thought they were bidding against themselves. I mean, no DH in the National League. You saw guys like Nelson Cruz and Marcell Ozuna have to wait out the market.
He was incredible last year.
18 homers in 60 games.
Yeah, 6th place NL MVP. If you go by OPS plus, it's not that complicated of a stat. 100 is league average. He was 175, 75% better than the average big leaguer at the plate. That's saying something. And 1-1 Tapper back to Voth. He'll go to second, and they'll turn 2. That's right. Bell stays on the bag. And a double play for Austin Voth to erase both base runners.
I can't tell you how much it means to the position players when a pitcher can field their position. You're seeing right here, Mr. Voth turning that 1-6-3. You work on this in the backfields in spring training. In a situation like this where it has to be made and has to get done, he's able to do it.
You played with Greg Maddux.
I played with a few. Carlos Zambrano, Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine, John Smoltz. There's a bunch. Adam Wainwright, who really took pride in the other parts of their game, and it matters. Picking off the bags, holding runners, being able to PFP, cover the bags, get bunts down.
Max Fried won the Gold Glove in the National League last year.
Dallas Keuchel's excellent for the White Sox.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense, too. If you are a ground ball guy, you better field your position well. Day off for Freeman today. Both versus Riley. Doesn't bite.
It has been nice to see Austin Riley kind of situate himself into more comfortability at the plate. I mean, this was a guy, like I said, you couldn't keep him in the minors any longer. And then he came and played left field, and he hit like 12 jacks in 30 games, and everyone fell in love. And then there was a huge valley, and then there was the huge homer off Blake Trinan last year in the NLCS. It's just you wanted him to find kind of his sinus rhythm of who he's going to be. I don't think we truly know yet.
9 homers his first 18 career games.
There it was. I remember his father hitting homers with his dad in the stands.
I watched him in the playoffs last year. Not the shiniest line, but a lot of loud contact to center field. This time on the ground to the left side for Turner. And there's the inning. So after Albies' base hit, in comes Austin Voth for a double play ball, and then a ground ball out from Riley. Mid-6, Braves still up by 2.
This is the 115th World Series, and for just the 3rd time in the history of the Fall Classic, the road team has won each of the first 5 games. Tonight, it's the Nationals trying to force a Game 7 tomorrow night.
Swings and hits one to deep right. Down the line. Going. Gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes Eaton. It's the Nationals 2 and the Astros 2.
So now Juan Soto.
Soto swings and hits one high and deep to right. Going.
Into the top tank.
A tremendous home run for Juan Soto. And a World Series Game 6 winning Curly W is in the books.
They've stayed in the fight. Let's finish the fight tonight, Nats.
That is a rocket to left, and the lead is cut in half.
The batter is Howie Kendrick. And he hits it down the right field line. And it's gone!
Howie Kendrick has done it again!
What a stunner here in Game 7. The Nationals are a strike away from that franchise's first ever World Series championship.
Swing and a miss! And a World Series Game 7 winning Curly W is in the books! Unbelievable!
In the middle of the 4th inning at Nationals Parks, the racing presidents, they race each other all around, and craziness always ensues. Now, if you're at Truist Park and you're a Braves fan, you know that Beat the Freeze is something that cannot be missed. Well, now I'm here to ask you with our YouTube poll, which is the more entertaining ballpark staple? Beat the Freeze, which we'll see right here. And this is always so good. Which one do you guys like better up in the booth there? Do you like Beat the Freeze or the President's Race?
Zero's cracking up. Thanks, Savannah.
Beat the Freeze is good,
Yeah.
but I'm loyal to the President's Race. I think it's the best one. And I got a little backstory too.
Go for it.
2012 postseason, right before the Jason Worth epic home run to force Game 5. I read The Man in the Arena by Teddy Roosevelt. I brought in a karaoke machine.
A karaoke machine.
I had a karaoke. Me and Mike Morris had a karaoke machine. We shared a locker. We had a karaoke machine in 2012 with the Nats, and we had a lot of fun with that. And I felt like the guys needed me to read The Man in the Arena by Teddy Roosevelt. So while they were getting ready, because I wasn't on the roster, I was damaged goods, I recited that unbelievable speech he gave.
You were the man on that team.
Jason Worth went deep.
Yeah.
We ended up losing the next night. That was that's still one of the toughest losses since I've retired I go back to. Because that team could have won the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Talent was there.
Oh, we were rolling. That team was rolling. Strauss was locked. Gio. Strauss got shut down. Had we had him in the postseason, that's a whole nother story. We don't have to go down that wormhole. But
it eventually all worked out in 2019.
Yeah.
Starlin Castro's a hits machine. He's on for the 2nd time today. We'll see if the Nats can get things going off Chris Smiley, who's been brilliant right now, your player spotlight, presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Josh Bell, in the first half of 2019, he wasn't just an all-star, he was that year. He was a superstar. Since then, we haven't seen the same everything from Josh Bell at the plate that we witnessed in the first half. We thought the next superstar was coming to the show. Big dude, former big-time pick from the Pittsburgh Pirates. A lot of promise in the minor leagues. Switch hitter, great kid, great makeup. And you can see so far this season a .145, slow start, coming off the COVID IL, which many Nats dealt with, and hasn't clicked like it did in the first half of 2019. A big swing and a miss. I know you've got a lot for me here, Deer. I want to preface what you bring to the table with, did the league adjust to him and then he's not adjusting back yet?
It's funny. You try and find ways. I look at it a little bit differently. It's almost like the grass isn't greener on the other side, but for some guys it may be.
Did he go?
Chris Guccione right there.
Nope.
No, says he didn't. My thing is like driving to the yard every day. What's your motivation playing for the Pittsburgh Pirates? You know you got no shot at winning the NL Central, so you get real selfish. And if you get real selfish in baseball, you start going down, some pretty dark paths that if you're not getting results, then you start. I kind of lead more towards that. I want to give him more of a time to get his legs under him in the D.C. area. The expectations are going to be way bigger in this Nationals uniform. Pirates are in a full-blown rebuild. But yes, I can definitely agree with what you're saying as far as he made it an effort to get the ball in the air more, start driving the ball out of the park.
Riley found the popper. First out in the bottom of the 6th. And now Yan Gomes. Yeah, Bell last year, 226, 364 slugging, but it's 57 games. A couple months.
With no fans. I mean, last year for these guys, they said all the right things, and hats off to baseball and everyone associated with it for grinding out the 60 games. But now that we're past that, I mean, that's 60 games of...
It's whatever.
I mean, you can't honor the numbers. I mean, it's like playing on the backfields at spring training when no one's watching.
Most of the front office execs that I talk to when they're evaluating a player for me this year, they're often referring to 2019, or they take a combo, 2019 and 2020. It's just like adding 2 more months to their ledger in the recent past. Okay, I think it's time. More love right now, and I know Braves fans are waiting for it, for what Drew Smyly is doing. And some Braves fans are probably like, don't jinx it. But hey, I don't believe in that stuff. Smyly throwing to Jeff Mathis today, just like Brian Snitker said, might have found himself a personal catcher. 5 1/3, 1 run, 3 walks, but he's punched out 4.
I look at it the other way, Scotty B. He might have found himself a personal catcher, but the expectations on a 1-year, $11 million deal for Drew Smyly are this.
That was some play to turn 2. Wow. Run that back. Austin Riley doing some work at first. Here it is again. Goes for second. The leap from Swanson touches the bag, fires to first. The Atlanta Braves can pick it. Dansby Swanson starting up the double play. And again, a scoreless inning for Drew Smyly. 3-1, Atlanta going for the sweep in D.C.
What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Jell-O.
Oi. Pues. It's a plate? Oh my god, what's this? We got another plate. Ooh.
Is it flan? Like that pudding?
Dessert? Gelatina? Gelatina. La pila.
Is it edible? It is edible. Rice pudding.
Jelly? I guess.
It's a type of cheesecake? I don't know. What is it?
Flan. Cheesecake. Strawberry jelly. Or grape jelly.
Is that Jell-O?
We are thrilled to have you with us for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Stream the extended show only on YouTube this Saturday at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, and some superstar legendary performances will be coming your way on Saturday at 8 o'clock. If you love music, that's the spot to be. Foo Fighters, Eddie Vedder, Jennifer Lopez, J Balvin, Her. And this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. I do that once or twice a week, so I'm pretty fast now. Dansby Swanson turned one heck of a double play with Austin Riley back in the bottom of the 5th, or make that the bottom of the 6th. Now he leads off the 7th for Atlanta. 5, 6, and 7 coming up.
So here's where you want Dansby coming unglued, right here. 2-0, looking middle way heater, trying to go opposite field homer. Right here, double off the right center gap.
Thought about it. Good paint from Voth. Austin Voth working his second inning here. And there's the line. 2 for 13, a double and a homer against the Nats reliever. Solid contact to center, hanging in the air, and look who's all over it. Victor Robles. Wow, both center fielders today putting on a show. Look at Robles move.
Made that play look easy. First step quickness. He had that throw to the plate on Adrianza's bullet up the chute too.
Outs above average is a great stat to measure your overall defensive performance. Since the start of 2019, it's Kevin Kiermaier and Victor Robles. I know he led in 2019, Robles, as a rookie. I asked Mike Rizzo that year, I think he's going to win a Gold Glove or two. He's like, absolutely. He goes, I think he should have won it in 2019, but they don't give him to rookies. Adrianza takes Savannah. What do you think about the defensive performance today in center field?
Well, you talked about that first step quickness, and that's something Davey Martinez has picked up on too. Last season, Victor Robles came to summer camp with 20 pounds of muscle on him because he wanted to get a little bit bigger. Davey didn't quite understand, but he told him, you know, maybe let's lose a little bit of muscle, let's get some flexibility back in that, and I think that your defense is really going to improve from that. And a play like that just shows you that you may have lost a little bit of muscle weight there, but that guy can move.
Agility, flexibility. That's what he worked on this past off season, and we're seeing the 2019 form out in center field. They also have him playing a bit further back this year, so he can run in on the baseballs. And that's been working out for him as well. They did that with Juan Soto last year. I mean, he can fly, so don't worry. If he needs to come in, he'll be there. No one's telling us to stop lifting. We love it. Hey, Victor Robles doesn't need to lift weights right now. Just do this. In this series, he robbed Ronald Acuna Jr. on Tuesday. He can lift when he's done playing. He's already a strong guy. And they need him to do more of this. Last night, coming in for the baseball. Hey, they back him up and they say, you can fly, you're good. And then this time, coming across Superman action this week. Popped up. And Gomes looking for it, and he finds it.
And therein lies getting back to the shift, right? You got a guy like Victor Robles who wants to come into camp not out of shape, but in the wrong shape. Why? He wants to drive the ball out of the yard.
That's what everyone's doing and getting paid for it. It's tempting, and he is a hard
Are they
worker.
all getting paid for it? Because it's watered down the number of homers. So you're seeing the mega guys get paid. If it's the middleman, that'll eventually get squeezed out.
And center field is tough to find at the elite level defensively, as we see the counterpart for the Braves, Pache, a ball and no strikes. But a good example would be Lorenzo Cain, 5 years, $80 million a few years back. Set your sights on a player like that if you're Pache or Robles. That's good dough.
Yeah, you can make it work. If we can make it work with that.
Yeah. These are two of the finest center fielders in the biz. They're just young, so on the national stage, I think fans are still learning about the tools.
Yeah.
Also, in addition to the range that Pache has, he might have the best arm in Major League Baseball, because it's not just strong, it is incredibly precise.
Listen, any prospect that's going to come through as an outfielder in the Braves organization is going to be compared to one guy and one guy alone. That's Andrew Jones. Kind of the best to ever do it. I know it's Willie Mays' 90th birthday, but you can argue Andrew was as good as him. Sprint speed right there, 27.9. Just that's who he's been compared to. Andrew comes down to spring training and puts the uniform on and kind of is that outfield guru, and his work with Pache over the years. And it's funny, you talk about Robles playing deeper. Man, I felt like when I was playing shortstop, second base back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Andrew was like breathing on my neck. Because Greg Maddux, Smoltz, those guys, he wanted they wanted those knocks taken away.
Yeah, blooper into center.
Yeah.
Jones is there.
They beat you over your head. It's on me.
And he got him. Austin Voth with the strikeout. So some nice defense behind him in center field, and then he strikes out the Braves center fielder. Perfect seventh from the Nats reliever.
Swing and a miss. Fetty cutting one. Got him on the hook.
The win for Eric Fetty with 5 scoreless innings. The Nationals have won 3 in a row.
Scherzer stealing, and there's no play. He just got a walking lead and kept on going.
Check it out, folks. Standing ovation at the ballpark.
Max Scherzer, first career stolen base.
And there's a look at the 22-year-old. Make his major league debut, another left-hander. Patrick Corbin carves up Giancarlo Stanton. Nice changeup. Swing and a miss. Boy, Patrick Corbin. Inside corner. Hanley Ramirez is rung up. And that is how this game ends in Patrick Corbin's major league debut.
All season long, Major League Baseball will honor frontline and essential workers who continue to lift up their fellow citizens during the pandemic. Thank you, frontline heroes. We stretched, and we have another poll result to bring you. Nice and easy here. More entertaining signature race. Beat the freeze. Braves fans showing up big on the polls today. 68% President's race with 32A. Both highly entertaining in their own ways. You know, one involving 4 very unique mascots that make a ton of sense, being that it's in D.C. And then Beat the Freeze just came out of nowhere, what, 4 or 5 years ago, and went viral, really. I mean, after that race, what was it? Maybe the first one or one of the first few.
Oh yeah.
When the guy thought he had him, you're starting to milk it, celebrate a little. All of a sudden, you look back, you fall, and a legend was born.
While we're messing around, it's the bottom of the 7th, and Mr. Smiley's still in there.
Yeah.
He's looking like your player of the game.
7, 8, and 9 in the order for the Nationals. 1-1 to Kyle Schwarber. So I watched his last start. Tom Glavine was on the broadcast. He actually said too many strikes. Expand the strike zone. We've got the fastball up, the breaker low, which we're seeing today, and the fastball down in there for a strike.
You heard me talk about that, Scotty B, and one of my takes, it almost becomes swing mode. You almost think you can hit everything he's throwing. So to Tommy's defense, if you are in the zone too much, that's when he will get hurt.
And Tommy would know. He worked those edges as well as anyone we've ever seen.
Drew Smiley has not completed 7 innings since September 7th of 2019.
Pitch counts at 93. His season high is 94 in his first outing of the year against the Nationals, where he went 6. You know, the Braves are his 5th organization since 2019. He's hopped around, hasn't been the same guy since coming back from Tommy John surgery. Really a number of injuries for him in the last 5 years. Didn't pitch at all in 2017 or 18. Missed 324 games. Payoff. We'll do another. But you could look at that also as a guy who has a lot left in the tank and hasn't been used a ton the past few years.
Listen, there's some funkiness to him. There's some late life to his fastball. There's some swing and miss. And if you throw left-handed and you can run it up there, you know, they'll keep you around.
His four-seamer was getting crushed before today's outing. There's Luke Jackson, apparently the funniest guy on the Atlanta Braves. Ian Anderson told us earlier. Right? He gave a bike tour to some of the other pitchers.
Through the monuments on the off day.
Good AB by Schwarber. He's battling. What are you going with here?
Well, you can't walk him. I mean, Schwarbs is the kind of guy, he wants to hit his way on, but he does have good vision. I mean, if you're going to throw a breaking ball, it's got to have the plate for 59 feet. I mean, I'm going heater down and away, just the same as Jeff Mathis.
Missed. Leadoff base runner for the Nationals in the 7th.
Schwarb looking svelte.
He is. He knocks out the starter too, Drew Smiley, with a big day for Atlanta. I bet you he's going for a lefty. Are there any righties in the bullpen?
Luke Jackson, the one he's calling.
That's it. Usually you're accurate with that guess. This time, yes, it's a righty coming in for the Braves.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Then the swing and a miss, and the bat goes all the way out.
It's fair.
Shallow right field, and that is good distance. The bat head hit fair, and then the handle hit foul. So we're going to call that a fair, not a fair ball, that's a fair bat.
The one pitch, here's a swing and a high hop up behind home plate. Murphy trying to pick it out of the dome. Got tangled up with the umpire, Adrian Johnson, and somehow made the catch. First base umpire, Sean Barber, says yes, it hit a ring. And that's a dead ball. But what a job by Sean Murphy, and all for nothing.
A little while ago, I had covered up our camera. We saw the towel was gone. Towel's off. Still staring down the camera. Now he wants to go hide. Dad, don't look. Now watch.
Rizzo versus Freeman. He wants to punch him out so bad.
Luke Jackson is in for Atlanta to face 8th place hitter Victor Robles. Scott Braun, Mark DeRosa, and our third analyst today is actually playing on the field. His name's Josh Harrison.
He's gonna be good. I mean, he is good when he figures it out. For sure, out there is stupid. Oh! Get up, ball! Ah! Dang! Off the bat, it looked like it was going too high.
Thank you, Josh, for all of your words of wisdom today. Seriously, though. Fun teammate to have. And Robles pulls back on the bunt from Luke Jackson. So I was joking. Hey, it's probably a lefty. No, it's a righty. But you just don't see this from bullpens these days. And Jackson off to a really hot start out of the pen. This is his 12th appearance. But the Braves have more lefties than righties in their bullpen.
And it's something that I think has to be addressed as the season progresses.
That's through the left side, and Robles is in business. Schwarber up to second. That's putting the pressure on Jackson in the 7th. How do you address that, Trey? A couple.
We're just going to have to go out and find a way. Oh, well, Chris Martin's going to be on the mend, obviously. Shocked I saw Mark Melancon just sign for 1 year, $2 million with the San Diego Padres. I thought he was a perfect fit to come back. Shane Green's just still at home working out.
Nats fans on their feet for Juan Soto.
Here we go.
At bat of the day. Can't play the field yet. Crow hop drills, mock throws on Tuesday, thrown to the bases yesterday. He'll DH this weekend. Interleague affair against the Yankees in the Bronx, and then they hope to have him back in the field next week. 2 on. That miss? Yeah. Not technically. Where was that?
I guess we got that up. I mean, you watch Luke Jackson throw. I mean, this guy is 51% slider, 39% four-seamer. So you're hunting breaking ball more than you're sitting on a heater with this guy.
Soto hasn't been a pinch hitter often in his career. He's usually playing, starting. 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter with a home run.
See, now you're in a tough situation if you're Luke Jackson. I mean, do you really want to get back in this count? Are you really trying to give him a home run to hit right here? You know you got Trey Turner on deck. This is where you put Brian Snitker in a tough position with the way his bullpen's constructed.
(2-0). Soto connects. Left field. Ozuna back, and he's on it. And both runners retreat. That's a big out. Now Luke Jackson with some confidence back to the mound.
He had to get back in that count. He challenged him. 2-0. Nice play by Marcell Ozuna going into the corner right here.
1 gone, top of the order. It's Trey Turner. So that's your Soto AB of the day. Hey, 2 on, down a couple runs.
Oh, that's the right move.
That's where you wanted him. Trey is hitless today and takes a strike.
It is funny, you think back now, you know, going to break, if you know Soto's the bullet that's going to get spent right there, it kind of leads you to think, I think along with the manager, you have all those lefties. I was kind of shocked Luke Jackson was your call.
Same here. That could be two. Got to be quick to first. Trey beats it out. The force at second, and Schwarber's to third. So they're on the corners for Yadiel Hernandez.
And I can't tell you how much that means to watch number 7, Trey Turner, get down the line right there. We all assume he's going to beat out the double play, but you do still keep the inning alive. And this is a nice matchup for Mr. Hernandez against Luke Jackson.
Sprint speed, best in baseball. Tied with Tim Locastro of the Diamondbacks. You really gotta get a tailor-made double play ball and be perfect in your execution to beat him.
Check that, Scotty B. I mean, that's 9.5 out of 10 big leaguers are out there.
I'm shocked to hear
and that's
this
with
number.
hustle.
You know, he's bounced into 5 double plays this year.
He's hitting everything on the screw.
That's true. It has to be a rocket to short or second. Hernandez had the single in the third. .2-0 from Jackson.
That's a good pitch right there. Over 162. You got to get away with situations like this. You get into the postseason, this matchup will never present itself. There's a left-hander in no matter what in this situation.
Hernandez on the ground, right side for Albies.
Great job by Luke Jackson.
And he wiggles out. First to reach for the Nationals, nothing to show for it. Luke Jackson battling through a little bit of traffic. His team's up 2 after 7.
The fastball.
The fastball
was right down.
Was right down
the pipe.
The pipe.
Perfect.
Money.
Pumpkin. Puppy.
No. Pumpkin.
Bobby.
Pumpkin.
Pup.
Pump.
Pup.
Kin.
In.
Kin. Pumpkin.
Popcorn.
Oh my God.
You're doing
pumpkin.
I'm from Texas.
Yes, pumpkin. 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 Kin.
Puppy.
Kin.
Poppin'. Poppin'. What's poppin'? Hey, yo, what's poppin'?
Pumpkin spice latte.
Is this the same one?
Spice latte. Same thing. Pumpkin spice latte. If you don't get it, go on the next one. Can't read. Pumpkin spice latte. Nope. Next one.
Next one.
Go behind the scenes, watch exclusive interviews and series, and learn more about your favorite players on the Atlanta Braves YouTube channel. Head to youtube.com/Braves and follow the Braves today. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and get the vaccine to help get us all back to doing what we love together. Visit MLB.com/COVID-19 resources for more information. Well, in the chat section, Jolly Olive said this seems like a do or die inning if the Nats want to win this. We just saw them with 2 on, could not convert. They'll have 2 more cracks at the Braves bullpen coming up, but first it's the Braves' turn to try and add some insurance against the new man Daniel Hudson, summoned into the game. 34 years old, known for some big innings in 2019 for the Nats, making his 9th appearance of the season. ERA in the low 2s. First it's Jeff Mathis swinging at 96. Mathis playing today, but William Contreras is now the big man behind the plate for the Braves. He'll be their regular catcher until Travis d'Arnaud comes back, which might not be until the end of the season. Contreras is 4 for 10 with a homer, younger brother of Wilson, who plays on the Cubs. Mathis with a little bunt down the first base side, but there's Hudson with the underhand toss for out number 1. I like William Contreras.
Yeah. No,
he's got some swagger.
And you see, listen, the reason Jeff Mathis has been able to stay in the game as long as he has, because he honors the pitching staff first, worries about his offense second. I think that's what the great catchers have to do. They have to get their pitching staff to buy into the fact that blocking balls and putting digits down are more important than, you know, hitting a 3-run bomb. And that's what you seeing all the remarks from the Braves pitching staff. They seem to really love throwing to him.
This guy has some swagger too. Panda time. Pablo Sandoval, in a month's work with the Braves, has made a name for himself. 4 for 14, 3 homers. Yeah, there's some swing and miss, but there's some run production.
He's such a better athlete than people have any clue. I mean, this guy, I get it. His weight's been chronicled and it's fluctuated back and forth, up and down. He's an athlete. There's not much Panda can't do on a baseball field. Throws with both hands, can hit from both sides, could probably go behind a dish and catch again if he wanted to.
Not going to cheat him on his hacks. Grabs the helmet back. 3 pinch hit homers in April, most by a Braves player in any calendar month ever. Hudson brings the 1-2.
You talk about it with Snicker today about bullpen roles. And I know you want 26 hybrids, guys who can do pretty much anything. But guys are creatures of habit and would like to assimilate into some type of role. The same can be said for the bench. I mean, you got a guy like Adrianza, kind of knows when he's getting a spot start, where he's going in. The Panda knows exactly. He's going to be summoned to have these. He's going to get their toughest pinch hit at bats all year long.
Charlie Culberson had some big at-bats the last few years for the Braves.
Braves have always been an organization that is steadfast on their backup infielder being able to play short and that be his primary position. You saw it with Adeiny Echeverria. You saw it with go all the way back to Rafael Belliard. So the Culbersons of the world that can moonlight at shortstop, eventually they want to get away from that in case a Dansby had to come out.
Wisely, Daniel Hudson lets it go past his bare hands. And Sandoval grounds out. You don't want that.
I mean, they have Orlando Arcia sitting at the alternate site.
That's true. There's Turner. Yeah, Arcia cut loose by the Brewers and dealt over to Atlanta, and he's a fine defender. Two gone in the 8th. Back to Acuna. Remember we were hanging out with Acuna and Albies in spring training 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah.
And they were trying to make the Beast a thing for his nickname. I like it, but I haven't heard it.
No, it had no legs.
Why?
Because he doesn't look like a beast.
But he plays like a beast.
But he's a swaggy beast.
Yeah. The gold beast.
He just was put on this earth to play baseball. You know, to make it look pretty, the way he makes it look.
I know you talked about this too. Hitting coach Kevin Seitzer saying the big adjustment this year, he would lose the barrel in the past, leading to some whiffs, and it would drop below the ball, not stay on an even plane. Lines that one up, right center, and it's Hernandez making the call. Nice and easy for Daniel Hudson in the 8th. Back to the Nats bats. In the bottom of the frame, down by 2 runs. Nice day from the men on the mound this afternoon. Braves going for the sweep.
A book club was something that I kind of started last year. We have a couple of really good titles that I'm excited for, so hopefully we can get as many people involved as possible. The girls in my life, my mom, my aunt, my sister, my grandmother, they were always reading. They finally got me to sit down and read a little bit, and started to blossom as a hobby of my own over the years. For the titles of the book club, they're more based around books that I wish I had read earlier, books that I read and I was like, man, I could have used this 4 or 5 years ago. So I think that everybody's going to get something out of it, and everybody's going to be very thankful, once they finally close the book for the final time. For me this year, I think that kind of diving inside us as people, and I think that everybody has the opportunity to grow. Everybody should try to go 1-0 every day. So hopefully this is an opportunity for us to do that. I want this to be as inclusive as possible, so anybody that wants to log on to the webinar, ask questions, this is what the book club's for. I'm here for you. I'm going to be reading as well, so come on, let's do it.
Every fan wants to leave the ballpark with a bit of a souvenir, and last night Josh Harrison made it happen for a young fan. All game long the fan was yelling, please throw me a ball, throw me a ball. And Josh Harrison was trying, and they just couldn't connect the ball to the glove. But when Andrew Stevenson got out to right field, Josh Harrison made sure that there was a ball for that young fan. And post-game, Josh Harrison went out and signed it. So that fan definitely has a souvenir, and I'd guess a Josh Harrison fan for life.
Thanks for the photo too, Savannah. That's a great story, and I like the handoff from Harrison to Stevenson to give him the baseball last night. He's doing it all this week. Handing out baseballs, giving us a mic'd up day. Josh Harrison 1 for 3. He has a stolen base back in the 1st. They need him to be a spark in the 8th. And that was actually relevant for his nickname in Pittsburgh. Clint Hurdle called him Microwave. It's a good nickname. Also underrated. Probably
Vinny
wasn't
Johnson,
used
old
enough.
Detroit Piston.
That's right. Edgar Santana, new reliever, 29 years old.
What I noticed about Josh Harrison, Scotty, is that his top hand and bottom hand are actually disconnected at the plate when he's holding the bat. You don't see many guys. There's actually like a little half-inch space in between, almost like forcing himself to kind of throw that top hand at the baseball.
That mitt would bother me. On the left hand, no? Did you have a batting glove like that?
He's obviously been drilled in the hand a ton.
Yeah.
Probably suffered a fracture. I mean, he's swinging the bat nice.
To deep center, and Pache will watch it off the wall. And Harrison is going to slide into second with a leadoff double. If it went just a shade left, it was gone, but high part of the wall in right center field for Harrison, and he's got 2 bags out of it. I'm sure he's going, really?
Little two-seam fastball coming back over the heart of the plate, doesn't cheat to it, drives it up the middle the other way. Oh man, I mean, like you said, a foot left and it's a homer. Oh.
Another foot vertically and it's a homer too.
That's all right, you're getting a rally going.
Yeah. That sets up Starlin Castro. Double number 4 on the year. Yeah, Harrison swinging the bat well. 2 hits today. Harrison is, or excuse me, Castro has reached base 2 out of 3 times this afternoon. Four-time All-Star at the plate. Edgar Santana just made his Braves debut on Friday, relieving Drew Smyly. And Smyly watching him very carefully now again today.
Got to get him back in the count right here. I mean, Starlin's going to potentially, obviously, take 1, potentially take 2, and force this young right-hander to get back in the count, maybe put even more pressure on him.
Minter and Matzik, 2 of the big guns out of the bullpen, have pitched in each of the last 2 games. We're still early in the season, coming off an abbreviated campaign in 2020. So if you're a Braves fan and you're sitting, you're watching, you're going, where's Matzik?
Where are we going? That's the right matchup. Only problem is Starlin Castro is a guy who has north of 1,600 hits. Led the NL 2011 with 207 hits.
Ball 4. 4 misses from Santana. So Harrison with the near homer. Instead, it's a double. Traffic brewing here in the 8th, but Harrison almost had it, man.
Wrong part of the park. I ain't got no pop. I ain't got no pop. That's gone probably at like 27 other parks. Tell you where it ain't gone. Here in Detroit.
You know, there's actually a stat now where we can look up how many parks where it would have been gone, so I'll get you that. Oh, 4. Just 4.
It stays in 4 yards.
What? No, wait, it's gone in 4 or stays in 4? Man?
No, it only stays in 4.
Home run in 4.
It's only a home run in 4?
That's right. Bell to left.
Wow.
That's hanging up for a while. Ozuna puts him away and a tag up. And he's there. Harrison to 3rd. There's no home run hitter, but he's got speed. Just 1 out. Runner at 3rd. And Castro's at 1st.
And there's a situation. You don't want to take the bat out of Josh Bell's hands. You don't want him to not go to the plate aggressive. But you just watch him walk Starlin Castro on 4 pitches. You're scuffling. He's scuffling to find the zone.
Take a pitch?
I don't know if I necessarily take a pitch. Need your helmet falling off if you're going to swing at the first one, though.
Yan Gomes 0 for 3. In on the hands, and that's foul. Watch exclusive content on the Washington Nationals YouTube channel. Head to youtube.com/nationals and follow the Nats today. Harrison double, Castro walk. Bell flew out to left. Sinker
That's
catches
a
the bottom.
run.
Yeah.
You can't let the Braves get off the hook with Luke Jackson and Mr. Santana back-to-back innings. Have to find a way to scratch something across. I know he's down 0-2. Yan Gomes more than capable of working himself back into this count.
Santana with a scoreless 6th inning last night. 1 walk, 15 pitches. Gomes out to right center, and he's in business. And the Nats cut this to a 1-run game. Harrison trots home. It's 3-2. That's going to do it for Santana. Yan Gomes connects.
Take a look at this 0-2. Great slider. Actually, just a nice piece of hitting by Yan Gomes. Bad head to the baseball right there. Just pushing it the other way, grabbing himself a ribby.
Gets the job done. Castro at second. Gomes will hang at first. Santana will come out of the game and lead us to Grant Dayton coming out of the bullpen. There's your lefty for Atlanta. Next.
Now let's see Ronald Gaplin so we can see the big fella run.
No, just sit in the seats. High fly ball center field. That ball is belted. That ball is way out of here.
That ball was absolutely hammered. I'm glad you called it. Just put it in the seat.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's all it took was the pitcher to get the running start. High fly ball off speed. He crushed that baby. Marcell Ozuna has put the Braves in front. Yeah, take a selfie, Marcell, and the Grand Tour.
Well, right on cue, Chip. You talked about the struggles with the breaking ball. You talked about the extra work they've been putting in, and it pays off. I want to let that go as long as it can, but like we talked about.
Fly ball, belted. He's back. Long home run. How far up the bleachers is that going? So his first hit since April 17th. 481 feet for Acuna.
That was worth being interrupted. That ball was hammered.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, with 2 home runs this season from Kyle Schwarber, and a common theme, both bombs, 450 plus, both walk-off shots for the Nats. Quality over quantity right now, D-Row. You said he looks svelte.
He looks great.
He can really smash the baseball a long way, and we've seen that for years. Down 2020, but again, short season. 2019 was a career year, 38 homers, 92 driven in. He was going for it there. Breaking pitch from Grant Dayton.
He is really one of the guys when I watch and I look around the league, kind of that enigma in the box, because he does so many things fundamentally right. And it's not like he's got long arms or, I mean, he's short and quick to the baseball. What he did in 16 to come back from the blown out knee and be relevant, have relevant ABs in the World Series was like legendary.
Yeah, good play the field.
Didn't see much slump in his game.
He had 412 in the World Series in 2016. 3 hits in Game 7.
He was having ABs against Andrew Miller at the height of Andrew Miller left on left.
Cubs wiping away a 108-year championship drought, and Schwarber was a big part of it. Dayton's ahead 0-2, and he puts him away. Big pitch from Grant Dayton.
3 great curveballs back to back to back. I mean, known for elevating the heater and getting the curveball off it. I mean, just presenting themselves right over the heart of the plate. Entice, look at that. I mean, look at the depth on that thing. Schwartz sees it, recognizes it. It's just got too much spin at the bottom.
Big second out. Now 8-hitter Victor Robles.
Want to be player of the game, Victor?
Now's your chance. He had a shot yesterday. You can keep this thing going for Ryan Zimmerman, who loves left-handed pitching. And there's a 3-batter minimum rule too. So Dayton's facing Zimmerman if Robles can keep it going. A walk, a single, and a fly out from Robles this afternoon. Here's Castro and Gomes. 1 run in for the Nationals in the 8th. Another strike from Dayton. This time going with the heater in this AB of Robles. Do you drop the 12-6?
Let's rush him upstairs first.
Okay. Jeff Mathis sets up high. Good call. Robles lays off.
I didn't like that. Go back up there again. That was too non-competitive, Grant. Get right back up there again. You'll get a fish. If not, then you go to the breaking ball.
The Braves with a 3-run 4th. Nationals with a point in the 4th and this 8th inning. Josh Harrison, the leadoff double. He comes around to score thanks to Yan Gomes. Now Victor Robles does not go after that one.
He saw it too.
Yeah.
See the take? Kind of a Juan Soto take. He wanted to do a shimmy on that one.
He's trying to be more like Juan Soto, and rightfully so. Robles more patient this season. A 2-2. Good take. He has widened his stance with 2 strikes this season, just like Soto does. Walk percentage up big. Will he take one for Zimmerman, or is it in the zone? It's in there. He fouls it off.
Huge hack right there. He's on both pitches. I mean, Dayton's not fooling anybody. He's going high heater or breaking ball. He's got to throw the breaking ball for a strike right here. Zimmerman on deck.
I'm throwing it below the zone. See if he bites. Oh, what? Nick Harley says it's in there. And Victor Robles is down on strikes. I mean, that is a pro take right there.
You have to get ejected right here. That's what has to happen.
You might get kicked out.
No, it's part of it.
Yeah. That's the pitch we'll look back on.
He knows he missed it. He knows.
That would have loaded up the bases for Mr. National, Ryan Zimmerman. Wow. Well, Grand Dayton tried to get Victor Robles to chase.
Oh,
no,
man.
wow.
What?
That pitch is a bit downstairs.
See,
1 run for the Nats in the 8th. 1-run game.
Goodness. 112 miles an hour, 463 feet. Carlos Schwarber finally got one. Schwarber out to right center. That ball is to the moon. Has 2 home runs on the
the season, and both of them have been walk-offs.
And that's why you don't bunt, apparently, right?
Not with this guy.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on, top of the ninth. Scherzer's into the windup. The kick and the 1-2 pitch. He struck him out! And a curling W's in the books. And for Max Scherzer, the 9th strikeout of the afternoon. It is a complete game victory, the 12th of his career, and the Nationals out of the dugout to congratulate Max Scherzer.
We've reached the 9th, and we're still thinking about that pitch that ended the 8th. Victor Robles with a great take. 2 on for the Nationals, down a run. They scored 1 in the 8th. Brad Hand in the 9th right now for the Nats. I mean, credit to the advancement of Victor Robles as a hitter with his pitch recognition,
Yes.
but you don't get rewarded on that one. Walk would have loaded up the bases for Ryan Zimmerman. That one is skied by Albies. Josh Bell in foul ground. There's 1.
I mean, listen, the umpires behind home plate are doing the best they can. I completely understand that, but therein lies the frustration, right? You're grinding so hard at the plate. You're in a huge spot in the game, a chance to be the hero, GOAT, whatever. Seeing the ball, take Grand Dayton full, and have the at-bat ripped from you. That's tough. He doesn't seem to be that bothered by it. He's looking at his cuticles.
Manny after the game. Petty. Ozuna takes a strike. Here it is with the box. Oh, the box caught it. See, the box is going to catch that pitch, not where it lands, but where it comes across. But still,
Ball's down. That ball's down. It's not even close, actually.
But what are you going to do? If you're
It's a great presentation by Dayton.
Fix your hands. you got a nail hanging. What are you going to do? Great presentation behind the plate.
You saw him get Schwarber earlier in the inning on 3 straight curveballs that were out of the zone, very similar pitches. So obviously it's showing itself to be a strike for about 59.5 feet.
Ozuna doubled and scored in the 4th. And little swing he wants back over to first to complete the K. Swinging through the water there. You know, Ozuna was
deception.
Yeah,
Right.
Ozuna was the last one to score for Atlanta too. Since the 4th, they scored 3.
Great slide into home.
Yeah. Yeah, Brad Hand. Going back to last year, 16 for 16 in saves in 2020, 2.05 ERA. That slider is what he's known for.
It was funky. His head flies out, kind of deceptive. Short leg kick, kind of shoulders, everything coming at you at once. Ability to spin the ball a couple different ways. You get Marcell Ozuna. He's swinging it back good. I know he's been struggling. Last 2-3 nights, he's been swinging it back good. He just swung at one that bounced kind of under his back foot.
Hand had an option last year that was declined by Cleveland. It took a while for him to find a home, but signs for $10.5 million with Washington. They have their 9th inning man.
They got good options with Daniel Hudson. You got him, Brad Hand. You got Mr. Tanner Rainey coming in. You got weapons where I feel like Atlanta. Will Smith, I get it. He's your closer. I think if we're in the trust tree, you'd like to be able to use Will Smith high leverage like they did last year and have that Melanson on the back end. They don't have that weaponry in their bullpen that Brian Snitker had last year.
Riley, chopper for Harrison. Played it well on that hop. Brad Hand looks really strong so far in 2021. Does his job in the top of the 9th. Last licks for the Nationals. They need a run to keep this thing going.
Marlene Koenig would like to say welcome to the Nats and wants to know how you will get involved in the Nats community.
I do have my own charity. It's called Schwarber's Neighborhood Heroes. My sister served in the military, and now she's a policeman where my dad worked at. So we serve police, fire, and military. We want to shine light on good. I'm definitely really excited to go out in the community. That was definitely one of the highlights of my career so far, was being able to go and participate in the home run derby, especially at Nats Park.
I think that may still be the best home run derby that they've ever had.
I'm enjoying the moment. I was enjoying the stadium. I was enjoying the fans. It was definitely a fun show to be at.
And the crowd is really getting into it. These Nats fans are loving Kyle Schwarber right now.
Carol in Manassas, Virginia wants to know how your dugout dancing is.
When I was in Chicago, they kind of blow it up. I was in show choir. That was a lot of singing and dancing, a lot of spirit fingers. I love to keep the energy high in the dugout. Any kind of dancing is good for me, so I'm ready for it.
Boom.
Good one today in D.C. One run affair, bottom 9. Nats with 9-1 and 2 due up in their order. So we'll see Trey Turner on deck. Will Smith time picked up his 6th save of the season last night in the W for Atlanta. They've grabbed the first 2 games of this series. They've taken 4 of 5 from the Nats, all in D.C. so far this year. It's a lefty, which is just the way Ryan Zimmerman likes it. He's had a really good year so far. He was swinging the bat well in spring training. He carries it right over into 2021, so much so that he's been by far outproducing Josh Bell.
Yeah, he's been crafty at the dish, no doubt. Ryan's got a lot of moving parts. He's got big leg kick. A lot of things have to sync up, but it usually takes him a little bit to get rolling. But when his timing is right, this is one of the better hitters. I mean, go look at the back of the baseball card. Watched him the other day against the Marlins facing Trevor Rogers, who's a big-time problem from the left side with the Marlins. Got him down 0-2 and tried to sneak him heater in. Ryan took him 3-run bomb dead center. That ended up being the biggest blow in the game. So a smart hitter, a productive hitter throughout his career, and he wants that one back.
Yeah.
Just setting him up for it late.
Some do. Not many.
I only saw one player do that.
Who?
Jim Edmonds was the only one who really would tell me on deck, I'm going to swing at a curveball in the dirt, look like a fool, I'll get it again, and I'm going to take it deep.
That's awesome. Zimmerman rips one to left field, and he's got extra bases. Ryan Zimmerman with a pinch hit double to start off the last of the 9th.
It's a perfect day. Now you pinch run. He hits the showers. 1 for 1 with a dub. Look at him. He's looking. Davey, what are you doing?
That slider catches a lot of the plate, and Zimmerman's all over it. He hits the ball hard. There it is. Have a good one, Ryan. Andrew Stevenson's got a few more feet on you with his sprint speed.
He's coming into the dugout. That's how it's done, boys.
That could have been him in the 8th after Robles was called on strikes. It would have been Zimmerman with the bags full of Nats. Zimmerman out, Stevenson in, Turner up, taking a strike. Nats are 2 games under 500. Braves are 2 games below 500. NL East has talent, but no team has separated itself yet.
And I know there's people at home right now screaming at the TV saying, like Trey Turner right here, here's an opportunity to push something down the right first base line, get the guy to third. He's been your best hitter all year. You have to trust in the fact that he's able to do it swinging the bat, move the runner, maybe gap one and tie it up.
And he goes to right.
Nice piece
but
of hit.
Acuna is there, and Stevenson's going to tag. So he still does what you need to do.
Absolutely.
Now a fly ball deep enough from Hernandez would bring in a run to tie this game up. High fives for Trey Turner in the dugout. One of the biggest at-bats of his life right now, Yadiel Hernandez. A long journey to get to this spot in the major leagues. 33 years old. Big time numbers in Cuba as a youngster. Smith fools him for strike 1. And Harrison's on deck. 2 hits today for Josh.
That's the beauty. Will Smith, you know he's going to bury his slider right there. Jeff Mathis, new addition to the Braves. Will trusts him. He knows the pedigree. He's willing to bury it with a man on third, knowing no ball's getting back behind him.
Will Smith out of Newman, Georgia, in the Atlanta area. Grew up watching the Braves. 31-year-old lefty missed in. This is the sac fly line. That's where you need to go. Past the green line should score the run.
We're really testing Marcell Ozuna, huh?
Well, Ozuna, since the shoulder injury, the arm strength is not the same. And the Braves will tell you.
It's not even close. It's like he went to St. Louis a couple years ago, and he was damaged goods for them the entire season. It just has never gotten right.
I remember once or twice he handed the ball off to an outfielder to make a bigger throw if someone was close by.
Here comes your power slider right here.
42% sliders from Smith. We'll see if he goes. And he got him. Big pitch from Will Smith to retire Yadiel Hernandez.
It's crazy. This isn't even one of his good ones right here. But he could almost told Mr. Hernandez he was throwing that pitch right there. Batters are 0 for 18 with 13 punch outs versus his slider this season. Add another one on to him.
Yep. That's why he signed up for the big bucks. 3 years, $40 million. Signed November in 2019. Josh Harrison with a chance here against Smith. Got to give some credit to Jeff Mathis today.
It's been great.
Calling a great game for Drew Smyly, making some big stops.
It's going to take 4 days off and be back in there next time Drew's on the mound.
Like every ball is dribbling away. A lot of movement from Will Smith. There's the line for Harrison. 1 for 6 against the Braves lefty. Stevenson at third. Nats down a run. And Harrison connects to right. And Acuna is there, game over. The Braves sweep the Nationals and up their record to 15-16 on the year. It's the first time this season they win a game with their new addition, Drew Smyly, on the mound. And he was sensational. Ozuna with a big slide. It ended up being the difference. Here's your poll question. We needed to wait because we need to see how this one went. YouTube player of the game, Ozuna, Smyly, Adrianza, or Luke Jackson? Help us out, D-Row.
I'm leaning Drew Smyly right now. It's either Adrianza or Smyly for me.
And we'll find out as we have hit post-game time right here on YouTube. It is the post-game show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. Scott Braun, Mark DeRosa, and Savannah McCann. And we have 30 minutes dedicated to this one, a good one, between the Nationals and the Braves. Braves win by a run. Adrianza knocked in 2. Ozuna had the big slide, scored the run that proved to be the difference as Atlanta sweeps the Washington Nationals. They've grabbed 5 of 6. YouTube player of the game results coming very soon, right here. So if you're Atlanta, you've been through some ups and downs. They had a tough series in Dunedin against the Toronto Blue Jays, including a loss for Smyly. And look at them now, winning 3 in a row against the Nationals.
They have to feel good, the two left-handers. Max Fried showing out yesterday, and Drew Smyly, who hopefully we're going to get a chance to talk to in the next couple of seconds here. Going out today, 6 innings of work, 4 punch-outs, just kind of righting the ship and giving everybody. Freddie got a day off his feet and they won a ball game. Everybody take a deep breath in Atlanta.
First win for Drew Smyly since September 7th of 2019. Here we are. We're with you. And we did not plan the attire like this, because if you saw us even closer, we have the same little designs here going, the whole thing. Wardrobe, they hook us up here. But anyway, we're live with you for the next 30. Scott Braun, Mark DeRosa. This was good. Good, clean fun this afternoon.
Clean ball game.
Excellent defensive plays in center field. Some really tight pitches. Home plate ump Nick Marley had a job to do. Not easy nowadays with the way that the ball spins and the velocity coming at you. But, you know, Nats fans are going to think about the pitch that was called for strike 3 for Victor Robles.
Oh, they should think about it. And I'm getting a lot of people in my mentions telling me Austin Riley's strike 3 was the same exact pitch. I completely disagree with that. Tough spot. Means a breaking ball at the bottom of the zone that Grant Dayton struck out Schwarber on 3 of them. He doubled down against Robles, executed a pitch. Just a nice, clean, tight ball game. Both lefties threw the ball great. I thought Lester was good for the Nats. On the flip side, Drew Smyly, definitely, with him and Max Fried, that has to calm down their rotation a little bit.
Yeah, Drew Smyly was the big signing in the offseason, along with Charlie Morton, to be fair. The Braves always do this. Alex Anthopoulos, their GM, has talked about it. I don't have a plan B. They are aggressive after the free agents that they want to sign, and then they come through. Quite often, we've seen it for the last 3 or 4 years with the guy that they want. They did it early a few years back with Josh Donaldson. This offseason, they said, Morton, Smyly, sign them up quickly.
I think it's interesting to watch them. They trust a lot of their homegrown talent, rightfully so, and then they kind of nickel and dime with the 1-year deals, like you said, the Donaldson, the Ozuna, the Hamels, the Drew Smyly. So for the 4 for 56 or 4 for 63 that Ozuna got, that was kind of stepping out for them, because I do believe in a world of no universal DH, who are they really bidding against? I think it screams more to the fact that what Ozuna meant to their team in 2020, not only hitting behind Freddie with the 18 homers, but how loved he is in the clubhouse with the Albies and the Acuñas and all that Latin American persuasion in that clubhouse. It's so huge. They have like the Freddie Freeman and the Ozuna. It's like the perfect combination of leadership.
Yeah, he brought so much fun to the team last year. And Ozuna signed up. Maybe next year the DH is back anyway in the National League. But for now, pitchers hit. And there was not much hitting going on for a while for the Nationals because Drew Smyly had it going, and the defense behind him was solid as well. Look at Swanson, sky up and come down to turn the double play. So Drew Smyly picks up the W for the Atlanta Braves. Big Smile joins us live for a global audience on YouTube right now. Drew, thanks for the time. How are you today? And congrats on the win.
I'm good, man. Thank you, guys. Anytime you go win a Major League game, it feels pretty good. So glad to get going. It's been a rough start to the season for me personally, but still a lot of work to be done, a lot of season to be played, and looking forward to it.
Hey, Drew, the poll results just came in. You are the YouTube Player of the Game custom trophy. It's going to have your name on it. We do this every week. Can you hold it up for us? Do you have it?
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, there it is. Let's see. The play
There it
button, the
is.
whole
Yeah.
thing. Where are you putting that?
Pretty cool. I'll put it right there in my this might be my first trophy, so I'm going to have to make a trophy case.
It's nice. It'll have your name on it, delivered later this week with the engraving. Great job. Well done.
Drew, take me through it. Did you tell
Yeah, that's
everybody?
awesome.
Did you tell everybody, hey, calm down, relax. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to get it right. What was working for you today?
You know, honestly, it was kind of a bit of a grind today. My fastball, I had a really good life on my fastball. That was my best pitch. The curveball, it was one of those games where I had it going early. Had 2 quick strikeouts on it, and then it kind of disappeared for the middle innings of the game and was kind of yanking it down for balls, wasn't really being aggressive with it. And then in the final third time through the lineup, in the fifth and sixth, I really started dropping it in for strikes and burying it when I needed to. So that was the key. That's always been the key for me is drop the curveball in early and then make them chase later on and have good fastball command. So that's when I'm at my best. This season, it's just kind of been like a few things going against me every game, and you know how baseball is. It can kind of spiral on you quick, but like I said, it's a really long season, and I know I'm capable of getting these guys out every 5 days. I've been doing it for a little while now, and anytime, like I said, when you get a win and you can help the team out and celebrate with your guys, it's a good feeling.
You have to be fired up. I was telling Scotty Braun, I've been in the box against you. I know it's 8 to 10 years ago, but this guy's heater plays up. Has that always been kind of your mantra? Your heater, you get swing and miss on your fastball. I mean, are you aware of the late life on your fastball?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, my mindset every game is attack. You know, make the hitters be in defense mode and go right at them. I don't want to nibble. You know, I'm prone to give up a few fly balls here or home run balls here and there when hitters run into it, but that's okay. That's the way the league is right now. The key is to not do it when there's guys on base and get ahead, stay ahead. So that's my mantra every game is get ahead, stay ahead, attack, keep these guys on their toes, and then mix in the curveball and cutter from there.
What was it like to work with Jeff Mathis today? Was this your first time ever working with him in a regular season game?
No, actually, I was in Texas with him in 2019, so I got a little bit of history with him. And Mathis, I mean, I call him captain. He's the guy. He's been around for 14, 15 years in the league now. He knows how to catch. He knows how to work with what the pitcher has that day, with the scouting report of the hitters. He knows how to navigate through a lineup, and when he's back there, you feel really comfortable.
What's it like working with this front office, too, with Atlanta? I know they've brought some pitchers over. They also, and we talked about this, early on in off seasons, they have a few players that they pick and they target, and they often come through with Josh Donaldson and Marcell Ozuna on the hitting side this year. It was you and Charlie Morton. So what did that mean to you, and did they have something for you when you came to the table?
Oh, I mean, it just brings confidence to you. I mean, when they seek you out right when the off season starts and say you're their guy, it just makes you feel good. You know, a lot of teams these days, they kind of slow play it and wait around. And Brave said, no, I mean, you and Charlie, those are the guys we want, and we went and got us. I mean, Charlie, his career's been amazing. It's one that I like to kind of look after how he got off to a semi-slow start, and over the past 5-6 years, he's been one of the best pitchers in the league. He's really turned the corner, and that's what Alex kind of told me when he signed me, is he kind of sees me in the same shoes, that I battled some injuries and, you know, I've bounced around a few times. But when I'm at my best, I know I can get all these guys out on a regular basis. So for me, it's just the consistency, continuing to work every 5 days, work on the craft, throw strikes and mix speeds. And it sounds easy, but when you get out there on the mound, you guys know it's a little harder than it looks.
I want to ask you, I mean, you guys have to feel relaxed now. You sat there yesterday and watched Max Fried go to work, and then you back it up on the back end. Is there anything the two of you can kind of bounce ideas off each other? Something you could give him, something he could maybe you take from him?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fried's a bulldog. If I'm honestly, that's what I've got out of him since spring training. Is he is laser focused every day from the second he gets to the field to not. So we're a little bit different personalities in that. As in, I'm kind of loose and just vibing, trying to have a good time. And Fried's he's locked in. He's go time, ready to go to war any day. Even when he's in the batter's box, he's not taking a pitch off. And so I think I need a little bit of that, honestly. But all of us, we got great relationships. Charlie, he's the guy that's been around, been doing it, 2 World Series appearances. He's seen it all. So we all kind of bounce ideas off him. Ian Anderson, that guy's way above his years. He's incredible. He's going to be really, really good. So the whole staff, really. I mean, Enoa, what can you say about that guy? He's a beast. Yeah, it's fun. So every day you're watching these guys play, and it's everybody like, all right, let me go try to one-up him. So it's nice to kind of get in the winning circle with these guys.
Yeah, you followed up Fried really well. Drew, congratulations on the W today, and good luck the rest of the way. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
YouTube, there it is. There it is. Yeah. YouTube player of the game, Drew Smyly joining us on YouTube. 44%. He edges Marcell Ozuna for that trophy. I'm telling you, custom design, you would have liked that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's unique. YouTube's cool. I mean, you would bring that home, kids would be all over it. Drew Smyly showing off the trophy and a big smile, a lot of confidence in the interview. We'll get into it on the other side of this. Braves win 3-2.
What did the baby corn ask his mom corn? Where's my popcorn?
I'm gonna win this game. How did the hipster burn his mouth?
I don't know.
He ate the pizza before it was cool.
I can't look at your face.
And not laugh?
Yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, for this game, it's a good thing. Or a bad thing for me. All right. What did the big flower say to the tiny flower?
You're small?
Hey there, bud. There's no way he should get a point from me laughing at his laugh.
What do you call it when Batman skips church?
Robin?
Christian Bale.
Why does Snoop Dogg always carry an umbrella?
Because he doesn't want it to rain on him?
For drizzle.
I'm not laughing at the joke, I'm laughing at what you did.
Braves sweep in D.C. Game of the Week post-game show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live. And to see how it all happened, we show you this. Start off the 4th inning for Atlanta. He runs, he slugs. He sends one to left, and we'll get to watch him run the bases. Ronald Acuna Jr. starts off the 4th with a base hit. 111 miles an hour off the bat for that single. There he goes. Wide to Albies, the throw skips away into center, and Acuna's off to 3rd. And just like that, one of the flashiest players in the game is 90 feet away from scoring the game's first run.
He does not like to throw over to first base. You got a guy like Ronald Acuna who's got wheels for days. He can go first move. Even if he does throw that to Josh Bell, I still think he beats the transfer to second. He's playing youth ball. Let me take it on to third base once he sees Josh Harrison miss this.
Full boat. He missed. First 2 hitters at the frame on board for Atlanta. Runners on the corners. That brings us to Ozuna, Mr. Grand Slam from yesterday. Ozuna into the corner, and that's going to score the first run of the day. Ronald Acuna Jr. will trot home, and Marcell Ozuna knocks in a run for Atlanta. It's 1-0.
Cutter inside from John Lester. It's actually a great pitch. Great pitch. Marcell Ozuna almost knows he wants to go to that well to get him to roll over to third for a double play. Kind of cheats to the spot, keeps it fair. 1-0 Bravos. First and now it's second and third. They are set up for a big inning.
That's sent to center, and that's going to fall and score at least one for Atlanta. Second on its way. Head first slide. Ozuna's in there. Andrianza scores 2 for the Braves, make it 3-0 as Albies and Ozuna come home. 1 on, 2 outs. It's Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber rips one into the corner, and that's a base hit.
Second and third, here we go.
And Bell heading to third. Now he's going to come home. It's bobbled into corner. Josh Bell's going to score as the Nats break the ice. Schwarber ends up at third, and it's 3-1. Solid contact to center, hanging in the air, and look who's all over him. Victor Robles. Wow, both center fielders today putting on a show. Look at Robles move.
Made that play look easy.
Drama in the late stages. Let's start with Kyle Schwarber leading off a 9-pitch walk. That would be it for Drew Smyly, who was brilliant, went to the fastball early and often. Luke Jackson in, Victor Robles greets him with a base hit, and then Dave Martinez turns to Juan Soto here, D-Row.
Yeah, and in a 2-0 count leverage, knew he had to throw a heater. Just a nice play. Luke Jackson came in. He had some tough matchups in this inning, and he was able to wiggle out of it. Tough day for Trey Turner, an 0 for 5, and then makes a big pitch to Mr. Hernandez to get out.
Keeps this a 2-run game. Now let's fast forward to the bottom of the 8th, where Josh Harrison leads off with an extra base hit that was almost gone. I mean, can you get much closer? And you had to go for the tall part in right center field. So after a Castro walk and a Bell flyout, Yan Gomes says, come on down. It's a 1-run game. Edgar Santana out, Brand Dayton in, Kyle Schwarber down on strikes, and then Victor Robles. Patient. That's a good take.
It's a great take right there. Cannot be a strike at the big league level. Right there. Cannot be.
It would have been Ryan Zimmerman with the bases loaded. And Zim is hot right now at the plate. He loves left-handed pitching. He showed it off in the next inning, but they said, oh, we could have used that in the 8th. Instead, the pinch hit double leads to Stevenson as the pinch runner. Trey Turner would fly out to right field. Stevenson moves up to third, so hey, you'll take this. Runner at third, less than 2 outs, you got to convert. This is the at-bat right here.
Will Smith is tough right here.
Yeah.
Like you said, left on left, tough matchup.
Gets him with the slider.
And Josh Harrison, he throws him a backdoor curveball. Josh is on everything right now and lines out to Ronald Acuna.
That's how the Braves win today by a run and sweep the series against the Washington Nationals. Now just 1 game under the 500 mark, while the Nats are 3 games below 500. Super competitive division. Nobody off to a sizzling start in the NL East, so it's still anyone up for grabs in the NL East. Braves win it 3-2. Savannah McCann at the ballpark. Savannah, what did you see today?
Well, you know, the Braves skipper has said that the way Drew Smyly was pitching was kind of synonymous with how his whole Braves team has been doing. A slow start to the season, but a really hot spring. And once Drew Smyly got going, he knew that this team was really going to have a starting rotation again. And, you know, Drew Smyly did not disappoint in this game. He tossed the most fastballs he has since 2016, and that's what really got the Braves their first sweep of the Nats since 2014. The Braves are on a 3-game winning streak, where they're going to head over to the NL East foes and the Phillies at home, where the Nats are going to take on the Yankees in the Bronx.
All right, Savannah, thank you very much. Still jealous that she's at the park. We're hanging here. We'll be there soon, though. First 4 starts for Drew Smyly. Not pretty. 21 runs in 19 innings. homeritis. 9 homers allowed, highest home run rate in baseball. And then he shows up today and looks like the guy they were going after.
And Scotty, he went to that four-seam well time and time again. He talked about having his curveball in the first 2 innings. I'm always enamored. That's why I asked Max Scherzer that. Always enamored how guys can have a pitch, then lose it in the middle portions of the innings, and then recapture it again. But he's always had that heater that plays up. He's going to give up the occasional home run ball, but the way the shadows were at 4 o'clock today, he could kind of, him and Mr. Lester just went to work at the bottom half of that zone with the heater curveball combination.
Slicing and dicing and getting some favorable calls here and there if you were on the mound this afternoon. That's true.
No doubt.
And, hey, that's frustrating. But we definitely saw some of those on both sides.
The Nats had their opportunities in some matchups that I don't think they necessarily would have, let's say, in a postseason game or down the stretch in September. I mean, you had a situation where you got Juan Soto to the plate in a 2-0 count, 1st and 2nd against Luke Jackson. It doesn't get any more favorable than that situation for the Nats.
And Soto's going to be back every day for the Nationals soon. He'll be hitting on a regular basis starting this weekend because they have the opportunity for a DH. The Nats just fishing for W's. They didn't find one today. Much more on the postgame show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live next.
If cows don't have internet, how do they order things?
DoorDash.
From a catalog.
That's good. That's good. Which state has really small soft drinks?
I don't know.
Minnesota.
Got a chance to clinch our 3rd straight NL East tonight. Get the job done.
Sail away. Zona hits a solo homer.
They might have picked that ball up on the radar along with the plane.
Bombs away in Atlanta, GA. The Braves have hit 3 more home runs tonight.
If you're looking for firepower, you've come to the right place. The Braves are pounding the Marlins 11-1.
It's a three-peat for the Braves. They're the champions of the East in 2020. Braves 3, Nationals 2. It's the postgame show presented by Global Citizen Vax Live, and that show is on Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern. We had a show personally for us. It was called the Josh Harrison Mic'd Up Show all day long.
Hey, that's for my boy Bogey. 2 hands. I done dropped a couple pop-ups. Bogey got me right. What's going on, Nick? Jeff, what's up, baby? Good, you? Sean Rodriguez to this day say you the most athletic catcher he's ever played with. I'm mic'd up. Mic'd up? So if you want to say hi to YouTube, say hi. Hello, YouTube. Ozzy, what's up, baby? You mic'd up too? No. I thought they said you were. I am. So, all right. We're the same size. I'm right with you. I thought I got him. The ball kind of was like a changeup, but anytime that throw up the line, you know, we can get yeah. It was up the line just a little bit. Oh boy, that ball came out like a changeup, huh? Yeah, no, I know. It was a perfect throw though, just tad right there. That bad boy went way farther than I thought it was like right there. That could have been bad right there. Yeah, I mean, going to pick it, I caught his shin, but it could have been his ACL, my elbow, like. I ain't got no pop. I ain't got no pop. That's gone probably at like 27 other parks. Tell you where it ain't gone, here in Detroit.
He might need to be mic'd up every game. 2 hits, hitting everything on the screws, and then even that in-depth analysis we're looking for on the call of the game. Victor Robles taking strike 3, many would say below the zone. Josh Harrison, what did you think?
No! 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 Come on! Wow!
So you disagree, Josh. That's passion. He's been playing for a while. You know, this is early May baseball. Nats in a fight for the division. He's been great. 329, 6 extra base hits. On base percentage, you're over 400. I mean, you're a star. To get on base over 40% of the time, I get it. It's early, almost as many walks as strikeouts. And then, you know, adding to the tools that he brings to the table, he can talk, he's entertaining, he's fun to listen to, he's got a future, you know, with the microphone if he wants one after he plays. But that call that we saw in the 8th inning, that was, you know, maybe the play of the game, the pitch of the game, to get that reaction and see it from Josh Harrison, that's the good stuff.
No, I mean, you're battling every day. There's not a single big leaguer you fight. The one thing you tell yourself 2 things as a position player coming into the season. I want to stay healthy, and I don't want to give away one at bat. I don't want to give away one. So to have it taken from you in a big spot against a divisional foe, you see the reaction. It's tough to swallow.
How would you have reacted to that? The PG version.
Yeah, the PG version. I mean, I'm probably have to get ejected from that game. I mean, that ball's on the ground. I mean, people are saying that that pitch is similar to the Austin Riley pitch. It's not even close to the same pitch. That ball's a curveball spinning down. I don't care where it crosses. The presentation of that pitch right there, that ball's below the zone.
And we've got something special we're bringing to the postgame show. Starting today, it's called Curious Creators. Here's one from Healy 6. Fun fact about Lester and DeRosa. Mark was 5 for 19, 2 doubles and a homer. Lester K'd him 4 times. These two have played golf together, and I'm sure it's been discussed.
Honestly, you know, truth be told, I spend a lot of time with Johnny. Lives in the Atlanta area. I don't think people really, truly realize that. Lived there for a long time and played a lot of rounds of golf, been on vacations. He's done a lot of great things in the game. A phenomenal human being on and off the field.
You saw him decently. You did some things. 5 for 19.
Yeah, he's coming to get you. I mean, he was throwing cutter in, change up away, and I mean, not too different from what he featured today. Just maybe about 3 or 4 miles an hour faster.
Exactly. But still, hey, we're seeing it. He's 37 years old.
Effective.
Picking his spots. Command is there. Looks like he can be a serviceable number 4 starter.
No doubt. He gets half the league out by the name running out to the mound.
Yeah.
Lester. That's
know who he
get
is.
you out. Yeah.
Durability. Nats need innings, too. Strasburg's hurt right now. Looks like he's making his way back. Simulated game today. 35 pitches, 2 innings. What else is going on around Major League Baseball? Hey, nobody watches the game like Mark DeRosa. Every single night, you are locked in.
Mr. Means to an end right here. Fastball changeup combination. He was awesome.
Hey, happy birthday. Willie Mays turns 90 years old today. And Albert Pujols cut by the Angels.
I need to dive into this. I saw this as we were coming on the air.
Give me your quick take.
My quick take is, how do you release one of the greatest players? Regardless, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve maybe not to be on the roster anymore. It's the way they're doing it.
Let me present a scenario.
He's one of the greatest players of all time. Doesn't he get to decide the way he goes out? So that's what I'm saying. There's more to this.
Okay, I'm Albert. I come to you. You're the GM, whoever, someone that's making a decision. I want out because I want to see if I can play somewhere else. I think I might only have a year left.
Okay, I understand that, and I'll honor that. And I do believe that Jared Walsh and Ohtani are going to steal most of your at-bats this year, so I understand that. We've also given you 10 years, $240 million. So let's do this the right way. Let's cooler heads prevail. We'll take you out of tonight's lineup if you were ever in there. And let's sit down. Let's not be brash and say we're going to designate you for assignment. Now the whole world's wondering how. Come on.
Career
Come on.
stats.
Look at these numbers.
This is a legend.
You don't get to,
MVP.
you don't get to just designate this.
10-time All-Star. Angels have no playoff W's with Pujols or with Mike Trout. That's on their mind every single day. Angels fans thinking about it. And Jared Walsh is a good-looking player. Should be in there every day at first base.
Yeah, no one's denying the fact that Albert's lost a step. I mean, no one's denying the fact that maybe there's some different options on the Angels that can provide them more of a chance on the offensive side. I'm just saying what Albert's meant to the game of baseball, this was bizarre to me, the way it's being portrayed. Again, I'm going to get into it.
Yeah, I know. He's on MLB Network every day. I can't wait to watch you tomorrow morning. Last thing before we get off here. Does he play again for another team?
Yeah,
Does someone pick him up? You think so?
I think he does. Yeah, honestly, if he's going in there raising Cain about wanting to be in the lineup, I can think of – I just think guys like that should be able to go out on their own terms, whether that's with Tony La Russa in Chicago, whether that's back to St. Louis for a farewell tour. I don't know what it is, but I know what Albert's meant to the game and how great he is. I mean, Miggy, Albert, Manny, I know I'm going to leave a few out. Like, of my generation coming up, he might be the best.
Yeah, he was the guy. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy this today? We loved having you.
Thank you.
Can you come back sometime?
I would love to.
Good. Mark DeRosa, superstar, utility man, versatility. He can do it all. We'll do this again. Yeah, Josh Harrison was awesome. Game of the Week live on YouTube, back on the same day next week, Thursday, May 13th, NL Central Clash. Cardinals-Brewers coverage begins with our pregame show, 12:30 Eastern. We'll see you then. He's big, he's strong. Mark DeRosa bringing it today, the great Savannah McCann. Our entire superstar crew. I'm Scott Braun, logging out for now. See you next time on YouTube.